disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nema County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk only.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you screw us. You screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Parker. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Parker. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Parker, if all of them were taking the President Parker and behaving the President Parker, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a dining boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence, suspect any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing we say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you are loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Garguah presents him as a poor man from Lofa and assert that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Garguah is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku! And you young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will build school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, that rule, B rule, all capital. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they're sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you will come. And Costa, on your podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
So folks, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, whatever you're watching us live from. If you are listening to us via radio, we are live on Truth FM 96.1, whatever you are listening to us. Welcome to this special edition of the closing argument. Today happens to be the 3rd day of the third month 2026. Today is Monday. For those of you just joining us, today is the first day in this week. Whatever you're watching us live from, just leave a comment in the comment section. We're going to recognize you. Mr. Jerome Gayman will join us in subsequent time. But I'm being joined by Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Mr. Pewee, how you doing? Welcome. I think you playing something in the back there.
Yeah. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Myean. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How's the area? How's the family?
Good.
Your line is kind of cracking. I don't know where it's from my end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing loud and clear.
Yeah, I was saying good. I'm doing good. So what's the update today?
Okay, so we have a lot of things that went on today. So, firstly, the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakasina, was at the National Fishery and Aquaculture 2 days conference where we were present there, and then we did the coverage, and then the president made a lot of statements at that event, wherein we saw the was a former NAFA boss and that of the acting boss of NAFA. They were all at that event, and then they took pictures together. That picture was one of the main point that was trending on the social media today. Others says NAFA is reuniting, while others said that with this issue about whether past or present, we have to make this clear that if someone leave from that area, that means that the person is not an enemy to that area, but rather when it comes to patriotism, when it comes to pushing the country forward, we all need to unite together to see how best we can put our country on the map. Not to say, oh yeah, this person is not occupying that space, so he or she should just stay away and criticize it. But rather, we saw Madam Emma Glasgow; she was present at that area. So with that, we heard a lot of statements from the president, wherein the president said that we officially launched the National Fishery Investment Draft, wherein they gave it a name, and then the conference is being held for 2 days, where it begins today, and then tomorrow it will also continue at the Farmington Hotel, where the president called on the increase of investment to unlock other infrastructure, other stuff that needed to be done in Liberia to see how best the Liberians can come together, support the effort, support the national fishery and aquaculture to see how best we can see our country moving forward. Not to sit and criticize everything we take it to be politics, but to see how best we can push Liberia forward. So during that process, okay, Mr. Pewee just left. So also during that process, the president noted that despite Liberia 5,770. Right there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so despite during that process, the president also noted that despite Liberia have 700 and no, that's 579-kilometer coastline. They should also see how best they can increase that to find other solutions to import over 33,000 economic zone within our country to see how best other people can come and invest into our country to use our coastline and then bring in investors into our country. This conference will help bring in a lot of things. So with this, what we have gathered so far is 25 millions that the European Union will grant in supporting this entire project, 25 millions with this. So that I think so far we gathered from that event, and also with that we saw former finance minister Samatwe also issue after he left from the court. He then visited the University of Liberia and the Stella Marie Polytechnic University, wherein he had a lot of young people from the Coalition for Democratic Change were all behind him, and then he marched in, coming to the main road. We had a lot of people behind. But this case, there are a lot of things going through. But the former finance minister is now calling on for direct link, where others are still asking what's the direct link that the former finance minister, other defendants are asking for, because his legal representative in court, he did admit that he used this money, but this money was used for a security reason. This money was used for a security purpose. And then now you come out today to ask for a direct link to this entire matter that have been in court for a long time now. And then you asking for a direct link. What's the direct link you asking for? Is it like the original link, like probably who took the money, or how this money was given to you? Is that the direct link Liberians are asking whether the former finance minister is asking for, or what exactly he's asking for? Because he admitted before that this money was used, and it was used on the basis of security reasons. And then you now coming back to say that, oh yes, we need more investigation, we need more control out of this, where he asking the Central Bank of Liberia to also do some investigation to see how best they can bring out some evidences to prove to whoever that were linked to this money directly before turning it over to the Ministry of Finance and other stuff. So with that, we also did follow that. So we also saw today the former Miss Liberia, Miss Kana Wasing's case, wherein we saw Mrs. Moriah Yakura were representing her client, and then they won the case today. So she also wrote on her official page, which we're going to discuss on that with that matter for simple assault against one of Standard Mary's students. But then over the past few months, where this case have been in the court, and then today we saw finally the court in his judgment, Magistrate Bacon imposed that they should be able to pay this fine of $375 United States dollars to the client of Mrs. Yakura, and then if you pay that fine, you should do a formal apology in 3 local newspapers within 48 hours. If not, you will be able to. She will be able to go through the court legal process, and then she will be sentenced whatever time she will be sentenced. But I think, Mr. Pewee, I'd just like to stop. And also, with this issue about the government housing project, wherein during the president's sona, the president did announce that the housing project is going to kick off in February of this year. And then since then, we about to enter in the month of April. We yet to see anything. Well, there are so many allegations, so many reports we are gathering so far from within the National Housing Authority, wherein with this 600 housing unit project that were announced by the president, we're also getting information that the project is to be kicked off within 6 counties. So with these 6 counties, it's alleged that the chair or the head of the National Housing Authority, or the boss, she's facing some allegations of corruption, some allegations alleged of some misusing of government resources, government funds within that project. So that's why the project has not kicked off. But we are doing more investigation on it. We are gathering some evidences as it relates to that. Within that, 2 other deputies were dismissed over some controversial money or some controversial treatment that occur within that entity. But I'd just like to stop there and then turn the floor over to you, Mr. Pewee.
Thank you, Myean. So a lot of things basically on unfolding. Yes, I saw gist of the development today from the Liberia Fisheries and Aqua. There's this training photo actually with the current Director General and the former Director General. and the suspended former director general. She says, I don't know how far they're going with that settlement. She just won. She was cleared by the LACC that was actually conducting her own investigative role, if you will, and she was cleared from that investigation. And but she was suspended sometime last year by the president of the Republic of Liberia, and he appointed a new acting director general. I don't know if he's being originally or officially appointed as director general. I don't know the rest of that, but I know that Mrs. Mamboda was appointed as the deputy director general for administration, and I think that institution have two deputies. I think it's the deputy director general for technical services and the deputy director general for administration, and then the director general. The former deputy director general for administration, I'm told, his second term, I think was the first year, the second term, I think that expired sometime last month, or I don't know if it was this month, but yes, the president actually appointed Mrs. Marie Mamboda to serve there as the deputy director general. I don't know if she's been. I saw someone like her today at the program. I don't know if she's already confirmed because that position's warrant Senate confirmation, if you will. So these are things we will go into the prospect of that institution. The institution got a lot of prospect, if you will. The fishery got a lot because we have different species of fishes in our waters, and the president was very correct on the doubt that we have around 500 of that land space, and some of the fishing line for deep fishing, we have to go certain nautical miles and to get certain very important fishes like the kuto and the rest of that. Out of the salmon fish, the kuto, and that's one of that's part of the reasons the partners are trying to invest more or less some millions of dollars into the Liberian fishery and industry, so that because it's a worth creating industry if you are to effectively and efficiently put into place policies that can come and be productive. Listen, they will get some very positive outcome and reflect very positively in terms of our local our economy, and what it does also, it will bring a lot of money and generate a lot of revenue for the Liberian government. So it's important that we take very key attention to that sector and the rest of that. And first and foremost, let me say this: Mr. Gayman is not going to be receive a message from him. I think he's attending some official party engagement of the Republican Party. So he's going to be doing some official engagement today. He may be running late. That program is expected to start at about this time. Yes, around this time up to I think 7 p.m., a little past 7 p.m. Eastern time. It's now our Eastern region. So we share the same time with Mr. Gayman in Florida. So yes, the news in so he's going to be off now up to probably 7, then about 7:30. He may be coming back on the show. So yes, these are some of the issues that we're going to be looking into today. And you spoke of the case that been trending that you said Mariah spoke of. We will also try to look into that and see the prospect of it. And I'm told there was a guilty verdict, and there's two. It came in either you paid the fine or I think it's saying two different trenches, if you will, the way they went about. The judge came down with the ruling. One is, I think, one separate 400 fine, and then you avoid going to jail for, I think, it's not 40 or 90 to 30 days or so, or you pay a 300 fine or you go to jail. So I have to go back and I didn't really see it in its totality, if you will. But these are very critical issues unfolding. But what the president said today was very important. So And that's the only I thought of something click off today that I just slipped out, but that's the only major news in town. Is that correct? I know clearly that
yes, and also on the Yeka Kolba issue, that's one of the issues
yes,
right now.
that's one of the
But
issues.
only because he's one of also representative.
You see, yes, on the Yeka Kolba situation, before I can bring in to Anthony, it's a very important situation that we need to look into also. It's important, and a lot of things unfolding in the country. Yeke is, and I agree that, but if the Unity Party will have to be strategic as to how they want to engage this, if they are the one pushing for this issue. I know Somo Monba is, I think, joined the party now. I think he's trying to take the bid for the party to introduce this. A lot of folks started to talk about this before. This is not about, you cannot impeach a sitting representative. No. I heard folks talking about impeachment. You cannot impeach the representative. Those that can be, that position is not impeachable. So we ought to rule. According to the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, a lawmaker can be expelled for cause, and that cause should constitute a two-tier. There should be cause, and the rule says, because the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia gives the legislature the authority to fix the whole thing about the expulsion. So they came out and created their rules. So their rules is there that is in conformity with the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. Yeah, so a lawmaker can be expelled for cause, can be suspended for cause. So this cause, they will have to come and say, now we all brought the debate to say, okay, his statement was nearly treasonable. So you have to come and in terms of political commentator or political pundit doing analysis about issues, it is different from those kind of analysis coming into a realistic legal material. So to take action against one, you should go beyond all reasonable doubt to prove or give cause that he did this, and you can link into this comment that this is tantamount to that. So he will have to come and defend himself, and then they will have to take a vote on the floor. It will have to be two-tier of, I don't know, I want to quiz both of you quickly to see the math skill. So what's going to be two-tier or 73? Man, you want man, you where is to tell something? You want to engage your good?
No. I was meaning.
Okay, so I think it should be 41.
42 or 41. 42 or 41.
Yeah, you need two tier of that August ballot to take a vote to expel a sitting lawmaker, if you will. But before we can move on to that, there's basically other very sensitive issues that are unfolding, and we'll again talk about the Guinean situation. And I want to, before I can bring in Anthony when he's back, I want to quickly talk about this. There is this growing concern about the situation unfolding across from the Guinean side. The Liberian government being involved into this. There's been some diplomatic effort deployed by the Liberian government to ensure that this situation is amicably resolved, and the government using her soft power. I'm telling you, what in diplomacy we call soft power. They're trying to do that to ensure that it is resolved diplomatically. But again, what we've been told, there's some from reliable sources, if you will, from both inside of the Guinean authority and that of I spoke to someone that is very close to the authority, some of the authority in Guinea from the other end, and also some folks from the Liberian government also that they are saying in certain quarters that the Guinean is not about money, the Myean River, actually. And I will take some time later, we'll come back to discuss this. It's not about money, the Myean River. The Guinean government, they are concerned. There's been growing concern from our Guinean counterpart about this situation, about the Fuller Defense Force training that they unfolding in Monrovia. You know, the current president, the way he came to power in Guinea, he's deeply overly paranoid, and due to that, he's suspecting certain Guinean fugitives or certain folks that are not in line with his regime, probably may be trying to play. And the Liberian government, have never. And that was one of the things I was trying to push here to tell the government will have to go full blast with this onto the Guinean counterpart. Say to them that, hey, we've never ever used our ground to support any insurrection into Guinea. Never ever Liberia have done that. It is Guinea that did that against the Liberian government and people and when this nonsense war came from across by Sekou Damate Kone. That war came. Guinea was a safe haven of those rebels, if you will, right? So, but the government will have to be very clear and communicate this in a clear language to the Guinean counterpart that because this is the reason the Guinean are now using the issue about the Mekong River as a springboard to just move in and try to put eye around and say, okay, they want to do this or create this tension. But yeah, I think they may have communicated that to the Liberian government. It's about this issue. The language here is that Syria, let's forget her name, the major opposition leader of the opposition party in Guinea, is a full-out businessman. They believe, even during the Alpha Conte administration, Alpha Conte did not. There was this serious battle between he and, I will call her name, this major opposition leader. So they believe that the Fulanese against the Mandingo or whatsoever thing. So this is the whole thing that we're getting some very sensitive information about, that it is clear. So the government will have to just speak to this and reassure her Guinean counterpart that Liberia can never be used as a safe haven for any insurrection, all of Liberia into our neighboring country. I know the Liberian government cannot do that, but that's the reason the Guinean government, they're trying to use the Mekong River situation as an instrument to just do what they're trying to do. But the basic thing behind this, from our own intelligence gathering from behind the scene, is that they're concerned about that fuller training thing that unfold. They believe those are part of the reason those guys have been trained to carry on some activities into Guinea and the rest of that. That is why not hope. And again, this is from reliable sources, not confirmed, and it's alleged for now. But we hope that the intelligence of our country and the government, through the diplomatic arm, will communicate this to our Guinean counterpart in a clear, uncertain term, that we cannot, if this is what you are harboring, if this is what you think about us, we cannot get ourselves involved. We've never done it, and we will never, ever engage in those kind of things. But let me engage you quickly, Anthony. I know you report from the Capitol building. You follow legislative politics, if you will. What is this? Because it's still a lot. I don't know if this is a resolution now. Are you smelling or have you heard of any resolution in the corridor of the National Legislature, particularly the House of Representatives, to expel or reprimand District Number 10 Representative Seleke Kromah?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Pewee, and let me say thanks to our followers who are following the show this evening. It's always great to be here on the closing argument, and I mean today has been a workaholic day for all of us. We hoping to end that at the National Fisheries Investment Conference tomorrow at the Farmington Hotel. But fast forward to the issues surrounding Montserrat County District 10 Representative or Kehleboe. The information about his expulsion is correct. There has been a resolution that has been put forth before the deck of the Speaker, calling for the expulsion of Montreal County District 10 representative, Seleke Kromah, from confirmed sources. And our resolution entails that Representative Kromah should be expelled for treason. Recent time he appeared on Spoon Network, on Spoon Talk, and he, labeled too many words against for the government, to the government concerning the entire land dispute between Liberia and Guinea at the Solomba area, where he said from credible sources, from his investigation, from his research and what have you, he has discovered, and he's very sure that, because there were two statements that he made one of these statements at the airport when he arrived in the country. And the other one was made on, and the other one was made on Spoon Talk, where that was the one that some member of the legislature, specifically the House of Representatives, became more concerned about, that prompted the resolution to remove or to expel the representative from office for treason, because according to them, you cannot be a sitting representative who took oath to protect the sovereignty of the state, who took an oath to making sure that every piece of land of Liberia is protected, and you be the very same representative going back in the public space and uttering statements that goes against your oath to the country, or that goes against what you're supposed to do, instead of protecting the country's interest, instead of protecting the country's land space and the rest of that, you go on the extra mile, uttering statements that goes against the state in this crucial time. So these are part of reasons why the reported explosion should be taking place, hopefully, or either on tomorrow. The speaker and members of the leadership of the House of Representatives held a leadership meeting on today, and from that meeting there was an agenda that came on the social media. We all saw, and part of that agenda, the explosion of Representative Kromah was on the agenda, but as it stands, there have not been informations from the House of Representatives Press Bureau to confirm whether the leadership meeting focused on or discussed the explosion of Representative Kromah, or either discussed the resolution that seeks to remove Honorable Kromah from office because of treason. And also, as it stands, there have not been informations that have reached us concerning the specific representative who proffered this resolution, who drafted the resolution, and seeked the coherence of the other colleagues to making sure they sign it and have the representative removed. And like you said, Mr. Pewee, concerning the House proceedings, to remove a sitting lawmaker from office, you do not need the consent of his constituents. You do not need to go to the district and ask the people who voted for him whether he should be removed, because there are rules and regulations that govern the House. Not just the House, but there are rules and regulations that govern the legislature. Both houses, the Liberian Senate and the House of Representatives. So for the House's rule is also in adherence to the Liberian law. And so when a lawmaker is being alleged of treason, that's a serious crime under the Liberian law. And so the penalty, according to the House's rule, is either suspension or expulsion, or the prescribed punishment by the House's leadership. And so the House will need 2/3 majority of the 73 lawmakers who are currently serving in the 55th legislature to remove Honorable Koluba. And if they cannot, then they will have to lobby. And if they cannot, then that shows that the resolution is dead and Honorable Koluba maintain his position as the lawmaker of District 10 Montreal County. And so as it stands, we're still looking up to the House of Representatives leadership. We've not heard about a recall session. We've not heard about an extraordinary section. We've not heard about anything concerning special section or extra section or extra sitting that's going to be conducted specifically for the removal of Honorable Koluba. So we are posted to making sure we receive and get all information possible as relates to this removal of Honorable Koluba from office for statements that he made both outside and also on the social media.
Good, absolutely. So yes, these are very concerning and then very delicate times, if you will, into the body politics of the country. And let me say, for the record, I did not like the way Koluba. We know that he's a erratic figure. He's sometimes very, very much out of order. Time when he was engaging in this kind of a national discussions. But they will have to go and justify why if those statements actually were treasonable, then they will link that via Article 76 of the Constitution of Liberia, and then putting that against Article 38 of the Constitution, of course, because 38 of the Constitution said that every house shall set their own rule, but the members shall be expelled about 2/3 of the members of that institution, that body. So if it is the Liberian Senate, is 2/3 of the 30 persons. If it is the House of Representatives, it's going to be 2/3 of the 73 persons. So that's going to be 48 votes. You need 48 votes to take on. If you give the cost, if that's the cost going to be linked to that, then you need 48 votes to give. The only reprieve Koluba has after that decision, if the decision were to be taken, is to go to the court and challenge the removal process if it was done in conformity with the law, if you will. But I'm afraid if he were to be nailed by his colleague in the lower house, I don't think he's going to get. I don't trust the current Supreme Court bench. It's my belief. I respect them, but I don't trust them, if you will. There's going to, because if this is political, we saw the past how the former Justice Cabinet General was even removed, and the Chief Justice sat and saw the whole thing. So you cannot trust some of these things are political. You have to be, but where it will be difficult for them is to get the vote in the House. That's what the problem going to be. I want to believe most of these other lawmakers are going to believe that you're trying to set some precedent here. And I think it's going to be a very difficult thing. But Kim Tumani George, Chief, welcome. I guess Mr. Gayman is out today. He's not out in totality. I'm told he's going to be coming by. He's attending some Republican function. Plays a role of a Republican Party, if you will. I think we need to talk to Mr. Gayman so that we can get some of the Republican small for the TCA.
I know, right?
But welcome. So we discussed a lot of things unfolding today. We started the debate about expulsion, the resolution that is stay in the corridor of the legislature. It has not been yet brought on the floor, and from my understanding, there's this debate also about the president and NAFA, the launch of very on the far yet very ambitious project today and the rest of that. So welcome.
Yes, thanks, man. It's good to be back after a weekend, back on the closing argument. Thanks, everyone. As we just celebrated our 10th anniversary on Friday. And let me announce that Mr. Cummings said he's sorry that he could not call. He had a mix-up. he couldn't call the show directly, but he called on Saturday to say that to express his congratulations to the closing argument for 3 years, and he wished us well. Also, Senator Nathan Faloma Gill also called to wish us well too, and also former Speaker Kofa, he wished us well. And we are still receiving more and more calls coming in from both elected and appointed officials of government. Opposition members are all calling to wish us well. And so we want to say thanks to all our loyal followers and supporters and all those who are part of this platform. Thank you so much for keeping us alive, and we're still moving on. Yeah, concerning the issue about the 5-year plan for the national fisheries, I know the former Director General, Madam Glasgow, she discussed that with me before, but I think it was part of our agenda. That's why when I saw her there today, I said, oh, that was good. At least she was invited and recognized, because she started up that project to bring that conference together. Happy that the government and the president management team of NAFA they have already pushing it up, and the ball is rolling. That's good for our country. Like Pewee said earlier, you won't believe it, but we got some of the best fish and stuff in our waters. You won't believe it, and I don't know whether we're still enforcing, because we don't have. I think we had towboat before. Our country was so advanced, our Coast Guard was well equipped, because what people are doing, I think it's a nautical miles. It's a law. You can't fish going in Liberian territorial waters, 70 miles. You cannot come in fishing, but people take advantage of us because we don't have the necessary navigational stuff to stop it, to police our waters. But people have been doing it in the past. They come and fish and take the best that you have in the ocean, take it and sell it for good money. I was told that we got some of the best species of fish in our waters, but again, our country was struggling. But we had towboats. Coast Guard was effective. You will arrest all the people that try to come in our waters and take our fish away and go sell it for good money. But let's pray for Liberia. Maybe one of these days we'll have our Coast Guard well equipped, and we'll be able to protect our waters. But that's a good thing for this conference. I wish you well. And concerning Representative Koluba, as I was talking, somebody was sending me information that the leadership of the House did meet today, and they discussed about the agenda was because of Representative Koluba he said the land that's in dispute belonged to Guinea, and because of that, Representative Luther Collins and Sumo Molba, he filed a complaint and said that their comments were treasonous and so forth. But I don't think that should reach the level of treason. I don't think so. And Yeke can fight it in court. But this House been trying to get his colleagues on try to get rid of him ever since. And people from the executive are all part of this thing behind it too.
Yeah.
So, but now, according to the insider from the meeting they had today, they said, well, they have two options, either expulsion or suspension. And most likely, but the funny thing now, they are saying they want suspend him for 3 years. Come on, 3 years. By the time 3 years old, the government will be election time. But I guess you're not overlook it. These people can do it. They have done the majority. They can do anything that the executive wants, or whatever the ruling party wants. So he shouldn't take it for granted. I believe they may suspend him. You go to court. They may prolong the case in court. At that time, he won't be getting his benefits. He won't be considered a lawmaker. At that time, you just be considered maybe on suspension while the court is case pending in court. And he will be talking, but he'll be talking, making still blasting at them, but he will not be getting compensated. And so that's why, again, the majority, they control everything. And the opposition lawmakers in the House, you can't count on them for the fact that the very opposition lawmakers were in a majority, and their own members of their own party, the CDC, they helped to remove the speaker. And that it shows you that you can't trust your police in the house. So we look forward to see that drama unfold. So, and then another thing that caught my attention today was the French ambassador to Liberia. She sent some mixed messages. I listened to her on the audio. She said that she just said that President Bouaka and Macron spoke, but then the issue of release, they say that she did not say so. So I hope we got that audio. I mean, even though she did not go into details about what she said they spoke, and she said, and she was referencing the crisis at the northern border. But then she said that she didn't say that. I heard her own words that she said that they spoke about it, but she didn't go into details what they talk about. But we all know we're talking about the issue at the northern border. So with that, I think we have a good show, guys. I'm ready. Let's go on.
Thank you. Yeah, but I don't know if I get it to Dr. Peabody quickly. How you suspended man for the rest of the time?
Yeah, for 3 years. I want to.
You can suspend him, man. Why can't go to expel him? But listen, I hope they should not weaponize this using the state apparatus to do this. It will backfire. If it backfire, it will be very embarrassing for them. So they have to. I know Yeke statement is very much on call for patriotic, if you will, but there should be a way that you handle it, go for the facts, and then deal with it according to the facts. I think what we all were saying that this is this and this, but I think it's quite unfortunate that they'll have to do it, Marshall. If it is reasonable indeed, yes, do it. If it's not, as we saying, they probably will maybe emotionally attached to the comment we try to make. In some cases, we'll go deeper and dig into it and get the facts and move along this situation, because people make statements, and if you know. But other people, welcome to the closing argument.
Good to see you, man. Good to see everybody on this Monday evening. It's good to be on the closing argument. Good to see you, Myean, Tomalin, and Sylvester. Good to see everybody. I saw the other guy; he probably left. But the thing is, Sylvester, I've been following this show. We're dealing with a group of people that don't have any respect for the rule of law. You know, so yeah, I guess you didn't take it for granted. They can expel him. They can even suspend him. Nothing will happen, especially when the executive. Because I don't know what the crime he committed. You see, Prophet Key is in jail right now for nothing. Nothing that
6 months for saying somebody cuss.
Yeah, for saying somebody cuss.
Yeah,
I don't
trust the Supreme Court.
I don't trust the Supreme Court. You see, Dopoh, they're still roaming out there. They have not paid him. They are not giving his job back.
Yeah,
they're roaming out there. The case with Speaker Kofa, everything went there. So this government don't believe in the rule of law. They really don't. They're very corrupt and defiant when it comes to the rule of law. And so anything can happen. You know, anything can happen. So you can't overlook it. They could catch him and they could kick him out, and that would be him. You know. So I don't trust it. If you want legal justice in that country, don't trust it. So I don't trust him. You got a man in jail only because he cussed.
And I think it's quite unfortunate. But again, I think we'll start with this growing issue about this case relative to the former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, Mr. Samuel Pewee. There's some video today. I don't know if one of our guys followed that story today. There's some video that was circulating. He and his lawyer coming out of the court, beaming with smiles, but we've been told that the prosecution is now trying to examine some evidence, if you will, bringing up evidence and all those things. But there's this issue about the defense challenging them with most of those evidence as to the original receipt of checks coming out of the central bank during the authorization of say monies that were at the time ordered. But the defense is basing their case on the issue about this money was spent. Yes, the money came out, but it was spent on national security. So I don't know. We don't. I don't think we have the video, but to play that in order to listen to if any of them spoke. But Tumani, I will start with you on this. What's your reading? How are you reading the tea leaf related to this case that the defenses, in their own belief, I think they are a little satisfied with the way situations are unfolding in terms of challenging the prosecution to come over with the original copy. But again, I think they were praying the judge to accept photocopy of the rest of that. But how closely are you observing this? Is this any sign that will it be? And unfortunately, maybe you're not a lawyer, but from the political analytical position, should the defense be pleased with the way the case is going?
You know, Pewee, prior to this, the commencement of this case, I spoke to the former finance minister, and I told him, I said, the case is coming up. He said, comrade, I'm confident of winning this case. I'm confident of, I don't have that this case, I will come up victorious, you know. So far as the case has been going on, what puzzles me is that the prosecution is trying to ask the defense to provide incriminating evidence. I mean, I don't understand how they're doing it, because you accuse this man of using money, and they responded that this money was used for national security purpose. Initially, they challenged. They said, and he said, I'm a member of the National Security Council. They said, no, you're not a member of the Security Council. They went to the litigation again. Then they came out that it was realized that yes, the Minister of Finance is a member of the National Security Council. So that the first one. Now, he said the money, they're trying to establish that they check whether to link the former Minister of Finance, whether his signature on the check, or whether the money that was sent to the FIU, the Financial Intelligence, the FIU, whether it went through him, with that, it's laughable, because I thought you had all the evidence. I said, well, you got to check that. Yeah, that's the money the man signed for, and that's what he used it, the purpose, what he used the money for. Yeah, that's what he said use it for. But if you cannot come out of that, it's a case that it will find be difficult for them to convict him, because it takes only a single juror to call a mistrial, and then that case will be history. So that's why I think Minister Torres was smiling, because he knows that their witnesses that they have put forward, they're really not making a convincing and compelling case against him. So far, the witnesses the state have put forward. So, I mean, and I bet you, I don't know whether he would take the stand. And I'm sure, knowing to where he want to take the stand to defend himself too. But from the look of things so far, the prosecution is not really making that compelling case that say would prove this man guilty, would come up with this man will be convicted. I've not seen it yet, and so far I think it's just the only thing I can submit with is that they're trying to ask the defense to provide evidence for them to incriminate themselves, which I think is not going to hold.
Before I can come quickly, Dr. Peabody, let me welcome the veteran, Mr. Victor Nagbe. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. It's good to be with you all, and let me say hi to our audience as well. Thanks for joining us. Happy Monday to all. Quickly, let me agree with Tomalin and tack on a twist. There is an emerging perception now that this government seems to intentionally be losing. Actually, the expression is that they seem to be winning by losing. And what do we mean by that? It's starting to appear like they are setting the precedent so that tomorrow, when they exit the stage, the legal process will have precedent to point to. I mean, I can't count the number of cases they've lost. And it's starting to appear like this is all intentional. We can go to Aloysius Talu, the National Bank. We can go to Rosalind Dennis. We can go to Emma Glasgow. They can't find charges for Sam Jackson. And now we're talking here, former Minister Tuel. We can go to Abdullah Kamara from Telecom. After all of that, they fire him, he sued them, they wash their hands off him. So, when you reflect on the number of cases that they're losing, it is as if to say they know that they themselves will be brought to the gallows. And they are setting the footprints for the legal system to look to tomorrow and say, you know what, when this happened yesterday, this is how it was done. And because of that, these people may not, we cannot hold them, responsible. But yes, it's surprising. This case is a high-profile case. They've been up and down with it from the time the former minister entered the country. I think it is because of this case that this guy from immigration, that he lost his job, I believe, because he was supposed to have acted in a certain way. I forgot his name. This brother from Liberty Party. I think that's why he was dismissed from immigration. So this is a very high-profile case, and to be reading that they can't find the original documents, and what was the basis of the charges and the prosecution. So it's quite funny how this is, these very, very high-profile cases, are turning out. The government is almost, I think, when I checked the last time, I think like 2 to 28 or 1 to 28, 1 win and 28 losses. So, but I'm sure we'll delve this, we'll delve much deeper into this, but it's just, a lot of us are beginning to wonder as to whether they're not sabotaging themselves intentionally so that tomorrow there will be something to point to exonerate them when the time comes up.
Good. We'll still come and spend some time on this. Yeah, but that is very important. Also, you said yes. This case, and when we say it was Stephen Amadou Zago.
Zago, correct.
Zago was he was suspended for 3 months, and then eventually they appointed someone in his position, and he left in limbo.
Exactly.
And he was suspended for something that he didn't do. Nothing he did absolutely wrong.
Exactly.
They
And
felt
one
that.
will wonder, Sylvester, whether he will be brought back if the case is lost.
No, they already. No, listen. They just did. I think he was the sacrificial lamb here. The news just sacrificed him there. They appointed someone already in his position.
I understand what I'm saying. Whether he can make the case that he should be brought back.
Obviously, because I think they got rid of him. With the news, they believe that he should have arrested Tuel when Tuel arrived to the country. That's the only reason that was his only crime, why he didn't handcuff Tuel and other thing. But at the Peabody, I think Mr. Nagbe ended on something that if you are going 2 against 28, the case law, the way government record in terms of winning those criminal cases or cases, if you will, from all lines, is terribly, terribly poor. Unlike our research here, unlike the federal government in this country, is the winning record is around 98%. 98%. That's an extraordinary weight. So are we saying government is not always prepared to, you're not gathering your evidences of getting all those things, checking all the box, right, crossing your T, dotting the I's before you get prosecution to move to indict?
So whether they're not doing that due diligence, they are not. They are working with emotion to want to impress people that they are arresting people, they are bringing people to justice. It's one thing to get out there and indict somebody and yelling all over the country, yelling all on social media. And one thing to have your evidence together. You said here in the States, when the Fed come after you, it takes the Fed months and sometimes even years to go through their investigation and to gather evidence. But that country, they don't gather nothing. They just go by, we arrest the person he stole. It's all about arresting people based on the court of public opinion. Where people say, the man really stole, the man one of the big role in the government, all of that. But you don't know. You don't have. There's so disorganized. They don't even take time to put their facts together. They don't do the due diligence. They don't take time. Reckless. So you get out there now. When it's time to prove it in court, you get stuck. You got nothing to show. You don't know what to show. You're telling people to bring evidence, do this, and stuff like that. But what we're seeing here is it's a reckless group of prosecutors. President Bogart need to fire some of those prosecutors, some of those lawyers or something. The Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia. You need to fire him because the fact is, you go and arrest somebody, you put this person on a lot of stuff now in the court. You got limited things. That's why all the cases are being won, and even in cases where people won the case, they don't want to give the people. They don't want to follow the court order. What did the Supreme Court say about Dopoh Christian? He won the case. Have they ever called him back to work? Have they ever given him his compensation for the time he's been out of work? And other people. The fact is, they're reckless. They don't take time to do the due diligence, and that's why everything is coming back at them, because they were not doing the work, but they're trying to impress the public, and that's why you see all these cases going nowhere.
And absolutely, and that's very important also, because if the government, the state government, have got all of the resources, everything basically to their disposal, will be struggling on this kind of a issue. But then there's even suggestion in certain quarters that they are attempting to temper up the jury, and there will be a very dangerous precedent for even the states to begin to do that in terms of trying to change the narrative of this case. Probably, and you said the president should dismiss. Who knows if there's senior politicians are the one that told the prosecutor just go to court. And the prosecutor, in some cases, we know if you want to weaponize the judiciary against the judicial system against certain political adversary, you will say to your prosecutor, go to court no matter what you have. Go to court. Just bring indictment to disgrace this person. That's probably one of the reasons. But I think, Johnny, welcome. I would welcome to the closing argument.
Yeah, thank you, Pewee, and thank you for holding on. Let me say hi to all my colleagues here, Tomalin, Victor, Peabody, and Myean, and our proud listeners and viewers across the length and breadth of the globe. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to also inform this body that the Bandi Association has purchased a brand new state-of-the-art ambulance. It's now in Liberia. We'll be delivering it.
The same Bandi Association we brought on the show. The organization that came that the guys that were here the last time. Oh, he's stuck. Because that's good, because they were talking about having a 100,000 launch. I think we have some issue. Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, then I think it's Johnny. Johnny got some.
My internet is not too good. So I was saying we have been able to raise the necessary funds to now purchase a brand new state-of-the-art ambulance directly from Japan. We didn't buy the car and modify it here. It was built from Japan as an ambulance. So it's in Liberia now, and we will be presenting it to the government, to the Ministry of Health on Friday, and then over the weekend we'll take it to Lofa and present it to the hospital in Kolan for the use by the people there.
Excellent. I was saying, I was quickly trying to say it was the same group when Corley and Kim at the time, Corley and the rest of the other folks.
Excellent. Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
We look forward to meeting with them again, discussing more pendant initiative that the Bandi land people will be. But I just want to hold on to you since you just came briefly, so we'll look into this. This is a pendant. We'll start with this case, then we'll move back to the Yeta Kodoba case and that of the fishery issue. But we on this summer tour is a major political case being prosecuted by this Bwakale administration. This $6 million, I'm told, that they took these people to court for, and they are, I think, about 4 or 5 persons. They said that this money was intended for national security issue and was used on national security activities. There are a lot of development unfolding now. The government is not coming up to give some very strong evidence that the defense is requesting. They say they don't have the original copy of those defendants requesting. Do you think the government went into the case ill-prepared?
Look, I think the government should have studied the situation. To go to court on a national security financial issue is very critical. Let's make the typical example now that we are having with the issue at the border. Right now, they are spending money on national security, right? This border issue now, they are spending money. Are they prepared in the future to go to court and provide evidence, about how funds now that they are spending to observe, to respond to the border issue? And I would say, no, you can't. You will not do that. There are certain information, certain funding you spend on national security issues. You will not, disclose its usage, its application, and the rest of it. So I think this situation have occurred at the border in Foya, between Liberia and Guinea. It's gonna just remind them that this case you have, you should just abandon the case, let the case go on, because you'll be setting a precedent that you will not be able to maintain in the future.
Excellent. I'll come back to Dr. Peabody. Tomani is up. Dr. Peabody, there's this concern now about a lot of these things. In some cases, people will say, "I'll do this investigation," and we've been seeing this. It's a pattern now unfolding. The LACC in recent times cleared more than 15 persons that were being suspected of involving into some corrupt practices of malfeasance or misfeasance, if you will, or something. But as LACC came and cleared them, are we just jumping to some hasty conclusion about suspecting folks we had during our due diligence? It's about time that the entire government reflect on the way you engage people that are engaged into this alleged corrupt practices. Everybody, you muted.
LACC hands are tied. If you go there and indict people without evidence, and LACC see nothing, they got to release these people. You got to clear them. You can't keep people on the record and accuse them, having these cases on the docket, and you got no evidence, and the time is going. The best to do is to clear them. What we have here is a reckless group of people. They are so anxious to score point until they miss the mark. They're just anxious. They want people to commend them, the public to come, oh yeah, the government is working hard, the government is fighting corruption. So they don't take time for the due diligence. And that's what you see here. They can't win a single case. They can't. And then they get embarrassed when the case go against them. They get embarrassed and they don't want to act when the judge ruled. That's complete something on the root of law, abuse of the root of law. But the thing is, they did nothing. LACC hands are tied. So the best LACC can do is, you know what? Y'all told us this was the problem. Y'all told us this man was the one that took the money. This woman used the money to buy a car. She didn't do this. But then we don't see any evidence. Why should we keep it? Let the people go. And that's what we're looking at in our country. Look, when the Fed indict you in this country, you know how long it takes. It takes them months and years to go after you. They will follow you. They will study you. They go everywhere. So that when they bring a case against you, you look at your own case, the best you can do is to take a plea deal. That's the best you can ever do, because they got everything from video footage, telephone conversation, physical evidence, everything. They have it. But this government is in court, and you stay asking your accused to bring you evidence, to bring this and bring that. It's reckless. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to condemn. There's some excellent lawyers in Liberia, but I think some of these folks, I don't know how they made their way through the law school. To be honest, government should hire scholars to lead that cases, and I don't think that the people that have there is really doing that any good, because they can. All the cases have gone against them, almost all. They came out with this big news of we're arresting people for asset recovery. They didn't even have the legal thing to go and arrest people for seizing people things. And later on they stop. And later on they come back again. They went after the first lady and tell her to bring all her evidence. What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, they should act professional. These people are educated people. They went to the law school. Louis Attergren School of Law that I know when I was growing up was a very prestigious law school. Most of the people that graduated from there were great lawyers. But these people are the new group is so reckless. They don't have evidence. They go to indicting people, and then when they go to court, they can't show these evidence. They say a jury, the temper. Can you see what happened with a jury in the case of I think with the same Samuel Twe? What happened? They dismissed all the jurors. Can you imagine? What kind of court is that? So the problem here is we're dealing with a reckless, corrupt system. People act on emotions. They don't act on the law. Samuel Twe, final minister, someone telling the rule. Everybody, the generalize it, everybody, rule, still. But then you can't show evidence that Samuel Twe stole. You can't show evidence that the person stole this. It's a disgrace. And that's one of the things we see in rape cases today in the country that is going nowhere. Because we accuse Mr. Jala. Evidence, no evidence. The man coming to court, he giving different story. The other witness giving different story. But the country have already concluded that this man raped the boy. But you got you don't even have evidence to show. They bring the kid in. They bring the witnesses in. Everybody gave different stories. But the whole like bro finished judging that he stole it. He raped the man. He did this. That's the problem we have in that country.
Yeah, this is a very gullible society. Before I can I'll come now to Mr. Nagbe, then I will go to Anthony Down. Mr. Nagbe, this is about repetition issue here. The president will move oftentimes, and the presidency is a sacred institution that we all know, and you've been around for some time. You know how heavy that institution is, and an attempt to reduce that sacred institution to just taking decisions that will come in this. We're looking at repetition problem here. The presidency will move sometime to suspend people. And the Ross suspend people, then the LCC will clear those people, and the president will renege in reinstating them. And then instead of having some repetitional problem with the government legal credential here, because it's a serious problem. Today, this is so funny. They have a lot of people. There are a long bit of lists that I can give to you. Emma Glasgow, the scientists, Myean, and the rest of the folks, they all been suspended. Still, they have not been reinstated, but they've been declared by the court and other anti-graft institutions. Where are we? Are we a country of real laws?
I think we should be a country of laws, but I think we're becoming a country of men. I think Dr. Peabody alluded to the recklessness of this government. This is a violation of the rule of law, and I think this government is ruling with malice. He knows very well that some of these people will be acquitted, but he will remove them anyway because he wants to replace them with his people. And there's several of them. You cited some of them. Some of these people, as soon as they're suspended, even while the case is being, is in court, he will go ahead and replace them. And that is what we're asking for. In the case of Steve Zago, if Twe is found to be, not guilty, and Zago has lost his job from immigration, what does that then portend? Because there should have a chain reaction. It means Zago too should go back to his job, but he will not give him back his job. You talk about, Glasgow, Russell, all of these people. The president will suspend people. Of course, almost 2 years in is now he's finally dismissing people. That has been his MO. When the president suspends you, it means you have been replaced. I mean, that has been his mode of operation, but it's illegal. If somebody if you file a case against someone, you should have somebody act in their stead. You should put an acting person in place while the investigation is ongoing. Usually you promote from within, maybe the deputy or someone like that, but you don't appoint somebody entirely new to succeed that person while the case is ongoing because of what you just said. What happens if this person is not found guilty? They have the right to be reinstated. I believe the law backs them in that. And some of these people have gone to court against this government. And what they've done is, in some of the instances, they go, they take the person behind the back door and pay them off. As in Aloysius Talu and others. We all heard his story. Aloysius Talu is being paid, a hefty amount of money because he was removed, even though he was still tenured. But the president removed him and replaced him with Mr. Samoa right away, even while the investigation was ongoing. And I think this president knows better. I think he's doing it intentionally. He's ruling with malice. He's doing it completely in violation of the Constitution, and that is wrong. And this is one of the things we continue to fail on when the MCC card comes out, the rule of law. We almost always fail on the rule of law.
It's quite unfortunate. Anthony Dunn, I'll bring you. Yeah, you normally cover the legislature, and I'm bringing this to you. If you sense in recent history about their own responsibility of oversight, are they concerned or bothered to see these things happening? A certain committee calling a particular area of the presidency, for instance, to give reason of why all these things are unfolding. Are they concerned from the perspective of check and balance, where they got oversight representation over these government institutions that they believe and some of their constituents are involved into this? Have you, by any chance, suspected any committee in the House whatsoever to raise some concern about these things that are unfolding in government? Are they paying attention?
So thank you, Mr. Pewee. The House just concluded the second section. And since they merged activities in the second section, since they resumed activity in the second section, there was not a single day that a lawmaker from either Montserrat or either of the 15 counties submitted a bill or a communication seeking to invite the legal heads that are responsible for legal affairs in the country, most importantly, that are assigned to the president to address some of these issues that relates to indictment, freeing people for indictment, and then the president goes ahead and appoint people while investigation is still ongoing. I mean, there has not been any call for any lawmaker. I can assure you that there have not been any call for any lawmakers since the second session began, calling on the attention of plenary to a certain issue relative to the entire, LSCC indictment and the rest of that. And like you said, it is important, like Mr. Nagbe said, it is important that we regard and respect the judiciary system we have in our country. And when we tax people with responsibility, or when the government tax people with responsibility, they should respect the outcome and they should respect the execution of those responsibilities. The LSCC indict a person, and when the person is free of that indictment, it is the responsibility of the president or the appointee, the person who appointed the indictee or the former indictee, to making sure that person is either reinstated based upon the conclusion and the recommendation that the person is either reinstated, or the person is being paid their benefit. Like you said, with the National Public Health Institute president or the director from Nimba County, Gay, he was indicted. The president suspended him, but then the indictment was removed. There was not sufficient evidence, to substantiate the claim. And so the court said you either pay the gentleman the time he worked for, the time he's supposed to work for, or you reinstate him to the position. Up to now, there has not been a single information about whether he's going to be reinstated in his position, whereas someone is acting in that position, someone is working there, someone is taking his salary. Why he used to be the one, he used to be the one taking the salary, another person is there benefiting his benefits. And that's insincere. That's definitely insincere. The people who are around the president, who are responsible to advise the president on these legal issues, need to advise the president the right way. Because I'm quite sure that the president does not take decision, abruptly. He seeks advices from people who he appoints, or he appointed who he trusts, so that They give their expertise on issues that are of importance, national importance. And so the president, from these advices, act on the issue. And I'm very, very sure these legal people who are around the president are responsible for some of these things happening. Because if they quite understand the entire legal system, how the legal system works, they will be advising the president, the rightful way. That when a person is indicted, even though they could be suspended, ask them to stay away from the work so that the investigation continues. And after the investigation, whatever outcome the investigation brings, it decides the fate of that person, whether the person is going to be reinstated or dismissed. And so when the person is free of the indictment, you either pay them their benefit or you reinstate the person. And the president hasn't been doing that. I've not been observing it. What I've been observing is dismissal. Like Mr. Nagbe said, when the president suspends you, just forget about it, on by a finish. Yeah, you're not coming back again. And that's wrong. That's not how a country should be going. And so for the legislature, there has not been, a communication that I've read on the agenda that I've seen or that I've even heard a hint about seeking to invite or even bringing about discussions about this entire, indictment issue from the LACC. So as it stands, maybe there are plans in the comment section that these things might come up, but as it stands, there is no communication out of the entire communications that were put for to plenary during the second section. There was no communication that I saw that entails the invitation of legal personnel surrounding the president or the LCC concerning indictment issues.
Thank you. Before I can go quickly to Tomalin, then we'll come to Johnny. Myean, by any chance, I know you can answer this in a couple of seconds. Do we have a clip of the president today when he spoke at the NAFA ongoing conference at the Farmington Hotel in Magidi County? We just wanted a gist of that. If we don't have them, do we have a gist of what he spoke about it and I think I followed it today briefly on the closing argument. If we can just
I have it.
I can use that for position for Tomalin.
I have it. If you want me to play, I can play.
Yeah, can you just play a gist of it? Then we'll use that for the basis of Tomalin coming in. Then we'll come to Johnny. That's the next side of it. We're going now to back to the NAFA. Then from NAFA, we'll come back to
the value chain. We are developing data for artisanal fishers to improve safety and resilience in the phases of global and coastal erosion. And we are establishing Liberia's first integrated commercial aquaculture farm, which will serve as an off-taker for smallholder farmers and supply tilapia and catfish to both domestic and international markets. Together, these are initiatives that we are building the infrastructure system and the value chain needed to unlock Liberia's blue economy. But the government cannot do it alone. These efforts are creating clear opportunities for private investment, innovation, and partnership. To our development partners and investors gathered here today, let me say this. Liberia is not only talking about the future of fishery, we are building it. The foundations have been built, they have been laid. The opportunities are expanding. The time to invest in Liberia fishery is now. We invite you to join. We invite you to join us as partners in shaping the blue economy that delivers sustainable growth, strong returns on investment, and prosperity for the people of Liberia. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we will launch three foundational documents that will guide our fisheries sector for the next decade. Our 10-year National Fisheries Strategic Plan, our investment plan, and the public-private partnership strategy. These are not government documents alone. They are invitations to invest, to partner, and to grow. The Blue Investment Market you will visit today showcases real opportunities in fisheries sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Liberia does not fish in isolation. Last December, I had the honor of hosting fishery ministers from the FCWC member states, Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, and Togo, to advance the Monrovia Declaration on Regional Cooperation. We agreed that illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing is a step from our children's future. We committed to regional fisheries, the management organizations like Liberia is contracting party and cooperating with a non-contracting party to fight against illegal fishing and to harmonize regional fisheries management regime that allows our stocks to replenish. I want to urge our regional partners here today to maintain this momentum. The fish does not recognize borders. Unfortunately, there are no visas for fish. But our cooperation must insist, and we must protect our fishing. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to those considering investing in Liberia's fishery, hear me clearly. We are open for business, and we are very serious. But we are not open for exploitation. We want to seek partners. We want to seek partners who will build local capacity, who will respect our environmental standard, and who will share the benefit with our communities. Our labor is skilled, our waters are productive, and our government is committed to creating an environment, enabling environment through our new PPP strategy and streamlined regulations. We recently reduced
Okay, Myean, I think we can get
Myean license fees by 34%.
Myean, thank you. In other words, the president, I think some of you may have listened to it today, the president said a lot of very important situations. First and foremost, he said the country, Tomalin, I will start with the country, it's about launching what he call the integrating commercial fund at the first time to start getting some tilapia thing moving on to that. He spoke also of the blue economy. And then there's this 10-year projected 10-year plan for it, and the national fish plan also on that. And one thing he said to the partners, and he says something that I've been around for some time, that there's no visa for fish. Those different fishes, there's no visa, right? But he said Liberia is open for business. But what Liberia would not condone is for anyone to take advantage or abuse the waterland of Liberia and other things. But he said our water, and I will stop here and get to you. He said our water is very productive, and it's true. Our water is productive. We have one of the largest deposit of what we call kuto That's one of the fishes across the water. Is rare, wanted, very expensive, and salmon fish and those expensive fishes you would think are in the world. We have it in our territorial water, and it's around 6 or 7 nautical miles away that you go and do these things. What is the prospect? And I think you iron that all. We will see some other side of the politics to discuss. But what is the real prospect you think that we can take some key example from and start to create more growth into the country?
Yeah, Pewee, I agree with the president. He was spot on. And the thing is that, as I said earlier, if we need to now improve our navigational system, our Coast Guard, because you and I know in our territorial waters, there are a lot of the species of fish that in our water. You know that is delicate, and people, that's why they're using restaurants around the world, top restaurants around the world. But again, because we do not have the technology or perhaps the capability to protect our territorial waters, so these big fishing vessels in our territorial waters coming in and break our laws, come take our fish and go and sell it for good money. So now just imagine if you have, like, if we protect our waters, our Liberian fishers, our Liberian fishermen, like the fish, fish. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, you will bring in the expensive fish and stuff, and that they can sell on the international market and make money. People will come to Liberia, come and buy them. They want our fish. But so, I mean, as I say, I agree with him, just that we need to protect our territorial waters. We need to equip the Coast Guard to make sure that they protect, that the minute they see a vessel coming on our waters that should not be there, you move on them and either you arrest them or you take them out, tell them to leave. You know, that's international law. But that's our only challenge we got right now, protecting our territorial waters, because our fishermen will go there and try to do it. But then will they be able to protect the waters? And how many of them have these sophisticated boats to go and to do deep ocean fishing? That's the problem we have right now. You go to Lake Baza, you see that place, the Ghanaian guys, the Ghanaian fishermen are doing well. They bring fish there. But just imagine if you go into deep sea, well, in our waters, where you can find all of these things that hotels, top-tier restaurants around the world want. But because we're limited, that's our only challenge. But I agree with the president.
Okay, Johnny, I'm coming to you quickly. Fata, welcome. Welcome. I think you're muted.
Yep, sorry, I was muted. Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Yeah, you're good now.
Good. Thank you.
Thank
Johnny,
the president says something, and I will come back to that. What somebody was saying, I was trying to move in onto that about the Coast Guard to man our waters, our waters. In the country currently, we have, I think, one top boat, and we're having some issue with the top boat. One top boat. and it's a growing concern. The fishery industry, I know of it. I spoke before when Emma Glasgow headed that institution. There was a time the former Deputy Director General for Administration and Technical, we had some conversation. It's a sector that brings a lot of cash. Now, with this 10-year projected plan, the rest of that, and the president said there's going to be a national fish plan for the blue economy, as well. And if we were to do anything very meaningful in this area, do you think we now need to, because somebody was spot on correct on that, our waters have to be protected. Can we do that with just one top boat that is not even that's been used by the free port to do other things, to get shipped into come and dock and do these things? Is that feasible?
So is it for me, Johnny?
Yes, for you, Johnny.
Okay, so gentlemen and lady, and if our listening in the audience, I think what we heard today is not strange to us in Liberia. Farm speeches are not our solutions. Beautiful speeches are now our solution. Beautiful language is now our solution. It's our action. So what did he say about the framework of protecting our marine system that will now support the blue economy? If we have nothing in place that will protect our marine, will provide support talking about in the blue economy, we are wasting our time. Let's look at our own freshwater system, the rivers. Have you heard about the kind of fishes we have in our rivers?
Mm-hmm.
I give an example. I was at St. John between Bong and Lofa. I mean Bong and Nimba. And I was conducting a workshop there, and those guys came from fishing. I mean, I saw a catfish that was I probably never eat catfish again. The fish is as big as what? I mean, you won't believe it, Pewee. I was surprised to see such big fish from the river, from St. John. And who are those that were fishing on that river? There were Malians that were on the water from a Guinea side that came down to fish it. Are we following? What are they doing to fishing? What do they use to catch your fishes? Are they using chemical? Are they using natural or scientific material that will save the river? So I think we have a lot to do with our fishery system, or than just making beautiful speeches. For me, I don't have interest anymore in hearing beautiful speeches about this. My interest now in this country to see real actions that will impact the life of the people of Liberia that are involved with fishery. There was a program I was part of way back in the Southeast that was sponsored by US ADF, working with fishermen at the local level to form cooperatives. That was in Maryland, in Riverside, Grand Crew, and the rest of it. Since that USAID program died, the local fishermen or fishing people have no more support. So, what I want to say to our leadership is that rather than writing a good speech or making a good statement, let's be deliberate and intentional in what we want to do and how we can achieve it. We are behind. There are many times people are complaining that foreign fishermen have been on our waters, coming fishing and living there. There's no protection. So we need to put into place a framework, a system that will be anchored, that will be realistic, that will be practical. Not just talking about like my brother didn't say, oh yeah, for me to say, yeah, he said good things, it's good. He said good things. But what are those actions that will be put in place to ensure that those good things he said are in place? That's my point. That's my concern I will have on kind of fishery. And I can show you brothers and sisters on the call. Our rivers have a lot of fishes. And I have a very big experience being around in the rural community. Go to Kamara River between Riverside, between Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire. You got fishes there that you won't believe. When you go live around there, you see the kind of fish people eat. Even between Nima and Cote d'Ivoire and our river there, then the river that we got Iwo, the Cecil River, the St. John, the St. Paul, the Lofa, those rivers have real good, freshwater fishes that are nutritional and good for our health. So what is the national fishery, system doing about those rivers and how we can protect those rivers from being destroyed in terms of keeping the natural environment for those fishes in the river? So I think we have a lot to do.
I think we have a lot to do. I agree with you. Yes, we do have a lot to do. Mr. Dr. Peabody, quickly. The president spoke. Johnny is frozen there. The president spoke of the issue. Yes, thank you, Johnny. You had some issue before you even concluded. You crashed Lemnet a little bit ago. The president spoke of issue about because that's one aspect of it, protecting our waters, right? This is very important. But the president did mention issue about building our capacities, like those local fishermen and women. And I think when Emma Glasgow headed the national fishery at the time, what she did, the Japanese government gave some support to the Liberian government through the capacity of those small motorized canoe, right? Peabody is now us. Okay, then I will come to you quickly, Mr. Nagbe. This question will go to you. The issue about building capacity, the Japanese government at the time did help the government of Liberia during the Weah administration with those motorized kingdom, something that you can just, the machine that you hit it up that will allow those artisanal fishermen, if you will, to build the capacity in helping local economy moving on. what you think should be in this plan? I haven't read the entire plan. None of us here have read. But why you think, what one of the things from your own experience should the government be promoting on this particular aspect about the capacity building that the president spoke of in his speech? He said that we're going to build capacity. How do you think the government should go about, or the national fishery should go about building the capacity of our local fishermen? Because we want to have those that are going to be doing it from the artisanal fisher people, and then people that are going to do it from the industrial scale. Those very big, as he said, the commercial integrating farm system that they're going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are lots of things that the government could do. The capacity building, for instance, I think Johnny mentioned, the lack of logistics for the Coast Guard. I think these things can be built into the MDAs of these multinationals that are coming, right? Yeah, we want to give you permit to go and catch fish in Cape Mount, but we don't have the transportation to get there. So we will be requiring you to facilitate that process. I mean, I think all of those can be negotiated in the contract, even if it means they are given a tax break for a certain period of time. But you cannot give the person permit to go and fish in Maryland County and you don't have the capacity to man the sea over there. It doesn't make sense. Councillor Gongloe, and thanks to him, I watched a video that he released, I believe, over the weekend, and he was in Sino. And this video, he was pointing to several logs in the water. I think they're left there to rot. These are trees that are cut from our forest. Some of these trees have been there for over 100 years or so. It would take us a long time to regrow these logs. And whatever company was in there, there's another video, another young man released again of what they're doing to these our forests, because we don't have representation there. We're unable to man this land area. So yeah, I think they should build this into the contract. Then you're talking about also these companies should also set aside a certain amount of money that the artisanal fishery people can access for loans. You can, if you want to talk about the blue economy, the sustainable use of the ocean, so that we don't, we don't harm the aqua system, aquatic life there. You have to give the people capacity the way they're fishing, and a lot of people feel the net and thing they're using, the better option that may be available to them, but because they're expensive. So those are some of the things. If I were, if I were to advise those negotiating, I think they probably are doing it, but it doesn't seem that way. But capacity building, I think it should be a part of the MDA agreement that we should be signing with these corporations, because these people do taking a quite considerable amount of money. And I think Emma Glasgow, there's a lot of praise for her for what she did at the Fisheries. Yes. I'm not sure exactly, but apparently she was able to also go and acquire funding to empower, the people, the local, fishery people. But I think those are some of the things I would be advocating for if I were advising, our people dealing with these people.
Excellent. Actually, she did that at the time during her administration. The World Bank pumped a lot of money into the area, and I have those right. And the Japanese government also came with some support. The EU, the World Bank came with a lot of support. And I was going to ask Fata this next question about the amount that this blue economy, but I'll come back to it tomorrow when she's back. Then we're going to pose the same question to her. The partners did provide at around 23 million euro for this new projected national plan we have, and with the partner support, how do you expect the government of Liberia via the National Fishery Authority to apply this donor support to the country in terms of expanding the blue economy? Because with this kind of a funding coming, if it is well placed into the way we intend to use the money, I think it will have a lot of productive effect towards the local fishermen and women we have in the country. But it will go a long way in trying to expand our fishery industry, if you will. So what particular strategy, we are going through the detail of this plan, but what particular strategy you think, if you were to give a distant advice to the fishery or the government of Liberia. How should they move about applying the money? It's 23 million euros, should be up there about almost 26 million US dollars there about. I mean, if we were to, okay, Fata is back. Let me just put this over there. I will come back to it money.
Okay.
Fata, we discussed the national fisheries. One of the, we've been talking about the Summit case and other things that unfolded. But the major news in the country today is about the blue economy and the 10 years plan of the government of Liberia to push up our national fish plan, if you will. Part of that, the president spoke of it, that it's going to be of the issue of the blue economy. But the partners are there to support others. They've been doing that during the Weah administration. The World Bank pumped millions of dollars. The Japanese government gave some aid and grants and the rest of that. But I think the partners now coming back. The EU and other partners will be giving 23 million euro to the government of Liberia via the fishery to expand this whole program. The president talked about building an integrated commercial farm and bringing some basic other things. And he said the water of Liberia is very productive. We have one of among fishes across the world. We have some of the best kind of a thing you would talk about. The kuta, the salmon, the best quality of salmon fish. What would be your advice if someone was sitting to you as a consultant or to advise on a pro bono basis? What you think the government of Liberia via the fishery should actually move to this very big hit the partners given to us?
Yeah. First and foremost, you can't build a house on sand. No matter how beautiful the drawing looks, no matter how skilled of an architect you have, without the proper infrastructure, if you put that building down, it's going to sink with the slightest provocation. It's
sorry, we got some feedback. Can we're not talking? Can we mute, please? There's some feedback from somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, with the slightest provocation, that house is stand to sink. It's very akin to many of our industries and various sectors. And the fishery is no different. I want to be unequivocal here because that's the only way we add value. And if I was putting my strategic hat on across from the government, I will say, stop everything that you're doing, number one. Number two, let's understand how much funding you have today for security. First, you need to secure our waters. I will also ask for the boundaries. Do we understand where our boundaries are in the Atlantic? What constitutes as Liberia waterway that we own as it pertains to the ocean? Number one, do we have that documentation and is it solidified? Because as we've seen with the border crisis, it can get into those discussions can be very sketchy. So I would love to, so I will request to see that document, not just say yes, we have it. No, I want to see the borderlines when it comes to the Atlantic for Liberia. Number two, let's assess our current equipment capacities. I heard that we have one tugboat. The cost of a tugboat minimally is $40,000. $40,000. One of the president's car, I believe, is upward of $1 million. Do you know how many tugboats?
No, it's not that type of tugboat. It's a specialized tugboat. It will be around 200,000+ for.
Okay.
Yes, a specialized tugboat.
Yeah, I will take your price. Take your price. Let's take 200,000. Okay. One of the president's car is how much? I've heard or I've seen reports of upwards $1 million bulletproof car. 200,000. That's 5 tugboats. So can we really understand what the budget is that has been allocated for fishery? And can we make available at least $1 million immediate investment in tugboats? In tugboats, right? That's at least 5, in addition to the one we have, 6. Could be more if you sit across from a good, if you identify a good supplier can give you significant discounts, that 5 could probably turn into 6 or 7. But Number one, let's understand the boundaries. Number two, let's get security in place. Because nothing, no fancy plan that we think we can execute is going to be sustainable if the right infrastructure is not in place. To get the right infrastructure in place with all of the concerns that we have, illegal fishing with the Chinese, with neighboring countries, we have to secure the borders, right? We have to demonstrate that capacity to deter those who are illegally fishing within our water boundaries, right? Number three, I would mandate that the partners, the EU, the World Bank, be in that meeting. Because when we're having a strategic conversation, the fastest way to get everyone off track is to have those conversations in silos. So I will mandate that all of the partners are at the table so that we're all hearing the same thing, understanding the same standards, and operating by the same metrics. Most importantly, that we're all in compliance, or we all understand what we have to be in compliant or compliance with. So the donors, the EU, the World Bank, what type of compliance mechanisms are they imposing on Liberia? So for example, EU is giving Liberia 23 million. What guidelines Liberia have to uphold to secure that 23 million? Same thing for the World Bank. Are there any anti-corruption clauses in those compliance documentations? Because those are very important. It's essentially putting $23 million in a leaking well or in a leaking bucket. All the hundreds of millions that have been donated thus far have not gone to anything substantial that we can point to for a whole country who's been in existence since 18-something to have one tugboat. It's a disgrace. So let's make sure that those corruption or anti-corruption levers are in there to discourage any thought or inclination to abuse that 23 million or the 100 million from the World Bank. That would be my challenge or my charge to the donor agencies, because the $100 million from the World Bank, I believe the last time they brought in people from Morocco, they brought in people from Egypt to reassess Liberia aquaculture scene, not even the ocean, right? But the aquaculture scene, and also determine Liberia is ripe for aquaculture. For those who are not familiar with aquaculture can be essentially taking a tent or taking a Tomalin and formulating it into a square ship, put in some water, put in some chemicals, and grow fish. There are youth. When we talk about the high unemployment rate for youth, it could be such a flourishing industry to create significant amount of jobs for our youth. Because in places like Ghana today, you have youth who are growing fish in oil barrels. They just have their barrels, and you only need a YouTube video to show you this. Or you just build like the full walls, like you're building a house, a foundation, and they put water in it, they put tarp in it, and they put water in it. They put the catfish, fingerlings, they call them the tiny ones, the babies, fingerlings for both catfish and for tilapia. And within 6 months, you have a foot or even more than a foot, right? Tilapia or catfish. And you're talking about an industry that is so ripe, that is untapped, that our neighbors and our friends are flawlessly executing today, so much so that even communities or even youth in their teens have aquaculture farms. It had to take someone from Egypt and the World Bank and Morocco to say, oh, Liberia can also do this. But mind you, Liberia had active aquaculture pre-war at, and please keep me honest, Ba, is the junction between Cape Mount and Bumi. Liberia had a large aquaculture facility there. Why is it that post-war, it has not been revived? So we're not new to these things. The fancy speeches is not going to get us there. If our infrastructure is not solidified, then they're just that fancy speeches. It's not something we're unfamiliar with. The skill set to expand our aquaculture industry and also benefit from the species that are in the Liberia waterways are immense. And then one last thing, we look at, I know Johnny mentioned this, we look at, put the agriculture like aside, put the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean aside, let's look at the rivers. We have beer mounting, China Union, deliberately abusing those waterways today by spilling toxic chemicals in those waterways. And it only takes the EPA a phone call. If you have someone at the EPA, just because the phone call them, the EPA has recorded this time and time again. Beer Mountain continue to spill toxic waste in the waterways that have killed thousands, if not millions of fish. If not millions of fish. China Union as well. So what are we doing to close these levers? From preventing mining companies from poisoning our waterways and killing the very fish industry we're trying to establish? Can we at least take $1 million and get an additional 5 tugboats? And to our partners, can you please tell us where the red line is and what you expect from your donation or from your grant? Otherwise, it's just another conversation on the Monday morning that goes nowhere.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of other basic things. For instance, our water, international water, but that is defined by international as a system to get. But if you went around 6 or 7 nautical miles, you stay within the Liberian territorial water. So it's determined by that. But like the airspace, if you international airspace, it's determined by those that have to have those that read the line. Even when you're on the plane, you know if you left from this country airspace in this space, you would definitely capture that. But yes. That was also is also in the plan, in the 10-year plan, the nautical mile area. Not only that, they're going to focus on is going to be part of what you said, Justin. Also, I think one of the debate EPA is going to be forming part of this whole thing about ensuring that the waters are not polluted and the fishes will be protected and other things, because it's important to also emphasize the level of most of those companies that we have in the country that are polluting the waterways, and will eventually lead to damaging most of the fish we have into the waters and all those things. But too many, quickly here, the president spoke of within the plan and the partners. Most of the money coming is not going to come directly to the Liberian government or the APWA. It's going to be applied. There's going to be a way the strategic document is talking about. There's a way they're going to apportion this money and the way it's going to be applied. Aspect. Exactly what the World Bank did when they came in terms of the Japanese government. They brought those motorized motors, Kinon, that will give to the local fishermen, other things. That was to just help to build capacity of them to go to sea and get those are fishing on the small scale. But the document and the president stated also that the construction of a new fishery complex, and what some of the discussion Fanta were trying to allude to a moment ago, is expected to begin this year. I don't know how long it's going to take. It will be 1 to 2 years, or a year and a half to be done. A massive fishery complex that will also push or spurring different kind of a spraying because the system, the aqua life system we have is not, it used to be around the Clay Junction area, but we have some position in some part of the country. They have the Sagada, I know that doing some in the Bon County area. If you want the tilapia, catfish, anytime, you're going to get most of those from him. But with this complex coming out to money, and with the support coming to the Liberian government, because analysts are saying, even the partners are saying, if we really, now before I can come to this question, let me take us back a little bit during the Myean administration. When the fisheries started, it was first under the Ministry of Agriculture, right? That there was a department under the Ministry of Agriculture. When they did the law and then passed it into an act now, and the revenue base increased exponentially. Today, I think they put in contributing to the budget something close to, it used to be around 5 million, but it's going up big time. Big time. I don't know the current amount. I need to check that. I don't want to just take it on top of my head. So the question to you here is, if this is done, how do you want the government to engage this complex? In terms of it should be regionally based, or we're going to have a hub. And in terms of the revenue, when revenue generated, how they should channel in helping that particular capacity to further just expand.
Well, look, I pray. One of the thing is that fishery is NAFA. It was before. It wasn't that important. If you can vividly recall.
Yeah. Just
it wasn't. I was taking it. I was telling Emma. I said, one thing I give you credit for, you brought a lot of attention to the NAFA, which I credit her for. I told her, when I visited her in Liberia, I said, you did a good job with NAFA, and we never knew NAFA was that important. And she got there and started creating awareness and expand, and then start getting a donor funding, and then became lucrative. But I expect for this project to be like a hub, because one thing about Liberia, one of the things we are blessed where we are situated. Don't forget, we are not many countries have the way the location where we are. They are not located in that manner. Like we are. I think Liberia is the Atlantic Ocean on the south, right? I don't forget how safe it is. We are bounded by the Atlantic Ocean by the south, our south, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They are getting the north, southern, the west, and I think Africa the east. Okay, I think
the east. Yeah.
I still remember that. Yeah. So, imagine where we are located. We are situated where we have most of the fishing. That's why you see people from Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, they all come, they try to come in our waters because of
Senegal also.
So you see, I think if they can transform into a hub, will be beneficial for our country, our economy, and even for our industry. So I pray that there will be that focus. By advising them that way, I think they should elevate it to, so that we can benefit a lot. And then you have a lot of international vessels coming, fishing vessels coming in our waters. Before they enter our water, they will seek permission from us. And you can also, a lot of fees you can pay a lot of fees for it to come and fish in our waters. See, so we'll be able to make a lot of money from it. Because if you want to fish in Liberian waters and a certain nautical miles, you are not allowed to come, but we come in that territory. You seek our approval. Once we give you a signal, you can come. You're paying fees for that. The length of time you fish in the water, the hours you're spending there, or we're charging for that. So I think if we can really put everything into it, we can benefit a lot from it, and Liberia can be that hub for that region, for that particular region in West Africa.
Yeah, Dr. Peabody, I'll come to you on this one. Nora is saying something, and I was also, when I was trying to research on it the last time, 2 nights ago, I was just looking at this, flipping through it. And it's a concern. Nora is saying that's been the debate when NAFA got established and other thing about those big ships. And it was alleged before that some certain Chinese ship was also in our territorial waters, sucking most of those fish or fishes, if you will. In Nora is making some point, those big ship and other thing. And the reason is that those artisanal fishers, men and women, if you will, put it that way, cannot go beyond the 6 to 7 nautical miles. I mean, it's deep sea. They don't have the vessel to venture in there. How now, and it is butter on this whole thing, what strategy can we deploy as a country so to ensure that we will stop these big, because we have some of these illegal boats evolving into what I would call, I don't know the word to describe them, but illegal fishing into international waters, right? In every other country, they got some of them, and the international Coast Guard can even get some of them sometime and arrest them and prosecute them. What strategy do you think, because our local fishermen cannot reach that distance, what strategy do you think now we as a country can deploy to fix that?
I mean, the only thing we can do is to live with our, as usual, our international partners to give us help. I know the British have been very involved. The boat they have, I think it was donated by the British government.
Yes.
You can ask your international partner for help, and, to help you. But we don't have any other means. We don't. Our Coast Guard is not equipped. They don't have the necessary satellites and GPS and things that it may need to get out there. So the best we can do is to ask our international partner for help in that direction. Maybe training, where they could bring people here to train our people and stuff like in Liberia to training. But we don't have that. We don't have nothing. So the fact is, we just have to rely on our international partner, because in the past, a lot of people have done illegal fishing in Liberian waters. Even at one point, the Senegal was thinking about buying fish from Liberia. I mean, getting into Liberian water, they had a contract. That made a big deal. It was a big problem there in Monrovia because Senegal ran out of fish, and they wanted to come to Liberia to utilize Liberian waters to get fish from there. And when Emma Glasgow was there, I don't know, they probably did it.
Yeah, they did, and it brought some. And I'm not cutting you, sorry for that. It did, and when they came, they started abusing the contract. Then there was too much of serious politics, and folks spoke against it heavily, and it brought some pressure on the administration at the time. And I think they had to review it, but they started abusing the whole system because they just choked the system into our waters and other things.
Yeah. So Liberia got a lot of fish. Liberia is a very great coastal nation, but if we can really put that in place, we'll make a lot of money. People sending fish to different parts of the world. Let utilize the Korean too. They have a very good I've been to Seoul, and I went to Seoul one year, and I went to a place in Seoul, and that place is all fish. It's a whole town of fish.
I just forgetting the name.
I don't know whether it was Busan. I think it was Busan.
It's right after Busan.
I went there, and that place was an entire city of fish. You get on the beach, and all you see, you walk, and the Koreans are great. You can utilize their skills in Liberia too to help you, especially when it comes to the fishing industry. They're great people.
Yes, thank you. And another, one of the greatest of all time, also great. I want to call it greater, but the Japanese also very, very powerful into it, and that's why they've been helping us, giving this small motorized kind of a kingdom thing to help our local fishermen and other things to build their capacity, because the Japanese themselves, they are very much interested into the kuta. The kuta and some of these kind of a salmon. I forget the name of that, but they're very much interested into that. And I think this is a $1 million making money, that particular fish, if you will. So we got it plenty into our waters area, plenty. And the EU also said, and one of the reasons why the EU is trying to pump money into us is they want us to do something to reserve certain area also, because they know we have it. So when they are short them, they can come and fish, and at a certain time they do this. So at a certain period, they don't want no one to fish, because when those fishes are how to call it, what the scientific word they will do and turn it up. Mr. Nagbe, maybe you help say that they want to protect us from that time. But I'll come to you quickly on this, and I'll go back to Fata and Johnny, then we'll move to the next topic. Mr. Nagbe, this thing about those big name in the fish business, the salmon fish, the kuta, and leave the sort of gripper and other thing, the red gripper and other thing that the Japanese are very interested in, the European also. What line now should we as a country, because it is now said most of those powerful countries are coming to us trying to help us to protect certain part of our areas, right? To promote that, because they say we got it in, I don't know, we'll say the billions or whatsoever, that specimen of fish is plenty into our water area. How do we as people use this as a springboard now to use it as a hope of even using this area to create into the aqua issue of the fish industry to promote our economy and this blue economy the president was talking about today, and just blow it out and use it as a hope of employing thousands of Liberians? How can we leverage this?
Well, I mean, we were talking about the MDA agreement.
Yes.
I think we can look to that to put in, what do we want to call them? Stopgap roadmaps, or I'm missing a word, but we can put in requirements that within the first 2 years or so, we expect you to do so and so. One of the things I think we should also look at is training and sensitization of our artisanal, officials, the understanding how to interface with the ocean so that aqua life, so that the blue economy, prospers. But yes, I think we should put in, requirements that will. One, we talked about the capacity to monitor our shorelines. I think there are restrictions, categories of fisheries, just like we have in the mining, class B and C licenses and all of that. Most of our local people, I think they fish within the 6 nautical mile zone or something like that. And so, should we put in there again? We were talking about probably something with the agricultural bank or something like that, where people can go and take a loan. People who have demonstrated the capacity to fish, but don't have the means, they can go in there and probably take a loan that will empower them. And if you've gone to places like West Point and stuff, you see those people on the keynote, and this is the artisanal fish. But the number of people assigned to one of those little keynotes. So if we can empower our people, to scale up the methods that they're using to fish, I think they have the capacity to bring several more people on board, and that in itself, I think it could improve the economy. That's just on a smaller scale. The bigger scale, the industrial, fisheries we're talking about, the big, trawler, big ships and stuff like that. Again, sticking to the agreements that, you must have so and so, people employed with you. We have these things on the books, but most of the time, we tend not to enforce them. I think that's where most of our problems are. Sticking with what is in the document. Thank you. I'm passing it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Johnny, quickly here.
Hello, Victor?
Johnny, can you hear me, Johnny?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, quickly on this one, because we'll be some of them are going to further will conclude on this. I was saying to someone we're having discussion, and someone said it today that fish is protein based. So now, if this were to happen, and it would be very healthy eating the product, our doctors would say this to us, is protein based, if you will, on that line. How can we leverage this in harmonized approaches in attracting the private sector? Now, since this is the way we introduce those harmonized approaches in attracting private sector to this area, so that we use it as a base of just growing the country into a healthy society and more money-making area.
Yeah, Pewee, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, like I said, there is your U.S. Group called USADF. They've been here for many years. They've been working with artisanal fishing company or fishing groups along the coastal line to form cooperative. So I would think that our government, referencing what my sister Fanta said, you got to have a strategic plan. And the private sector should include your Liberian people. Most times people think that when you do private sector, it means bringing foreign investors. I think we should look first at our own Liberians who are involved with this fishing business. A lot of time you go along the coastal line, when they come from fishing, they bring all the fishes and they are not bought at the same time. What do they do? Store them. So I think we should include how our people can keep those fishes that they can first harvest.
Excuse me, there's a breaking news, Pewee.
Sorry, Johnny, go ahead.
President Boga just nominated Jonathan Kehleboe as the National Election Commission chairman.
Okay. Yeah. We'll come to that immediately after.
So that is what Chairman Ben Sanvee was saying the other day. But go ahead.
Yes, it's very important. But go ahead quickly.
Yes. So when you're talking about private sector and looking at the fish is a major source of protein. You're right. That's true. The major source of protein. So I would think that if our government working with its partners can look at how we can work with Liberian fishing individuals from the coastal line, from Robertsport all the way down to Cape Mount, to Cape Palmas, see how they can work together to even build that capacity, give them the necessary technical skills and knowledge, and then they get involved with the fishing. Because when you do that, you'll be improving the economy through the people's own activities. Part of that also is, Even when we go inland, like I'm referring to the inland fishing, that is aquaculture, we've done a fish pond and all of that, right? If we invest in that, what will happen is it will help to even protect our forest activities, preventing the wildlife, and other things about how we can protect the wildlife of our forest also, which is also good for our economy. But we need to also work with the EPA to ensure that all our mangrove along the Atlantic Ocean are protected. Because for what I learned from some experts, all the fishes in the river will always come and lay their eggs in the mangrove, because the mangrove is calm. The Atlantic Ocean is rough, so no fish will lay egg in the ocean because it will get disrupted, it will get destroyed. So they come and lay their egg along in the mangrove where the water is calm, and then after a while, after those eggs are hatched and they get a certain age, then they go back into the Atlantic Ocean. So we need to find a way how we protect the mangrove, and the mangrove is being destroyed. Seriously, in Liberia, if you look along the Cape Mount side, coming down to Morovia, coming all going to Basso River says, the mangrove is being destroyed. So we have to work with people to protect our mangrove. So this whole issue of fish industry, the blue economy, it is so important to the point that we gotta be deliberate and intentional. And I will repeat, we cannot just be about speaking, making fine speeches. We gotta put our hands to work. And we can do that by working. We already have the lower hanging fruit first. We have all the people along the coastal line, the Grebos, the crews, the Bassos, they are involved with fishing. What are we doing to build that capacity to encourage them to do more fishing? Like if a person goes to there and bring maybe a broiler, maybe a ton of fish along the coast of Basso, and we don't buy all, what do they carry? Gotta go dry it. But we can help to build custody for them to preserve those fishes, so that we can use it, we can continue to buy from them, and we build our economy. And that's how we have Buchanan, we have River City, we have even Greenville, we will have Harper and Rabosport, all we will start booming through the fishing industry. And like I said, when you go in war, fish ponds can help a lot. But what are we doing to support people who are doing fish pond? Just to close on this, I had a colleague who worked with me, he was based in Cameroon. We're driving from Nima, coming Bon County and go to Lofa. Just by looking at the geography of the area, the topography, the hills, the waterways, the guy says, Johnny, what are you guys doing here? You should have enough food to eat. I said, why? He said, I can see just with my eyes that the way your place look like, these hills and valleys, there are waterways. So you can build fish pond and grow more fish and feed yourselves. And for true, fish is major source of protein. And I think if our government put the best people together, the technicians, and allow them to work, we work sincerely with our partners, we can make a great profit. We can succeed in the fish industry if we are serious. But it should not be able to talk about fine speeches and beautiful English.
I know you want to bring someone in, Sylvester. Let me tag on real 2 points to Johnny's point. Dr. William Hare, he's in the Maryland area. That's what he does, aquaponics. Where he's growing fish, just like he's saying. And I know way back when we talked about it was around $75,000 to roll something like that out. But where people don't have to go to the far ends of the world to catch fish. You can grow you got a fish pond. That whole process can be put down. 2, Sylvester, when you drive from here to Delaware, to Jersey or Philadelphia in New York, you don't see people standing on the road with fish in their hand like
No.
they supposed to doing like no. They got their farmer market. That's all. But they've learned how to store those things like Johnny is saying. And those people need to be taught how to do that, given the capacity. They still carry that thing on their head. At the end of the day, they start to smell. They start to dispose of it. And then tomorrow, they repeat. The people have been doing that thing for years, And this is some of the things we're talking about. Help the people, give them a little hand up, let them, scale up, But I just wanted to throw in those 2 points.
Yeah, Fatah, we'll conclude with you on this one quickly. Then we would then pivot again to another topic. This will be concerned. I will just push you. Then you will move on that. This concept about integrated commercial farming in terms of the aqua system we all spoke of. How can we, in integrating our local farmers, if you have local fishermen and women, but those that are on the smaller scales, what best mechanism would be deployed by the Aqua Fishery Authority of Liberia and that of the government to ensure that these people are well protected in giving them, exposing them to the requisite material that they need so that the works begin. Because if they start from the local area, like we have a lot of context I was talking about. I spent some time as a little boy in Grand Kitma County, but we have also Grand Bassa County. We have Riverside County. These are counties on the coastline. How can we, so in terms of decentralizing, getting these people out of Monrovia and spreading them out and making those areas viable, people will move in. How can the government, by any chance, play a major role in building the capacity of these people?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And you know, part of what our problem is, or what the administration problem is the indulgence in over complexities, the admiration, the appreciation for just overly complex solutions to simple problems. You have a population who who just needs a little bit of push to secure their socioeconomic status. Rather than implementing simple solutions, you spend thousands of dollars having fancy meetings at Royal Hotel and Boulevard Hotel and the rest of them to go over PowerPoint slides. When if you were to take $1,000 and give it to, say, each family in a Watertown community, let's say West Point, or let's say Riverside, take $1,000 of the $23 million, do a pilot project with the $23 million. Say Liberia doesn't have the budget. Let's use what the EU is going to give, or part of the $100 million the World Bank is going to give. However, family that makes up the $100 million or the $23 million, give each family $1,000 and introduce them or ask them to do aquaculture farming. As I mentioned, what you are going to see in terms of return, in terms of self-sustenance, in terms of economic improvement and viability, it's going to be so much more beneficial than having all these fancy speeches, conferences, fancy meetings at the Royal Hotels and the Mamba Point Hotels. I've lived this experience, so I can speak to it. A couple of years ago, in expanding my farming portfolio, I was very interested in aquaculture. So I started, of course, YouTubing. What is this thing? And when I say I saw teenagers in Ghana farming fish in oil barrels, so nothing fancy, don't go get no engineer from Geneva to come and give you no speech about how to build an aqua pond. These kids were fishing or growing fish in and the audience only need to just research this, growing fish in, when I say the rare oil barrels, or what they will do is cut their 5-gallon and use that as a pond for their fingerlings, and as it grows, they transfer it. I reached out to one of them that he did so well, started off very small, did so well that BBC, I think it was BBC or CNN, covered. I reached out to him, very brilliant kid. And he said, look, I've done so well that now I'm doing, I'm selling the fingerlings, and I'm selling packages. Those packages include your first, I think, 100 or 200 of the baby fish, the fingerlings. It includes the tarpaulin, what you would need to establish your pond. So you don't need to go buy cement. You just need the tarpaulin to establish your pond. And it's going to include your basic package. I said, how much is it going to be? He said, $325. I said, okay, if I want 200 fingerlings, he said it's going to be about $500. So if I calculate to get on the plane and go to Ghana, and they can survive, when they package them, they can survive anywhere from 6 to, I think, 8 or 12 hours. So I calculate, okay, if I get on the flight to go to Ghana with Kenya Airways, I'm being very practical because only practical solutions can truly be transformational. If I get on the flight from ROB to Accra is going to cost me about like what, $250, $300 a round trip with Sky or with Kenya Airways. He meets me at the airport. I give him $500. He gives me 200 fingerlings and all of my package to establish my own pond. And he trains me for $500, minimum $325. He trains you. He's been doing it for years. He trains you on how to establish your pond, what to feed your fish, and how to grow your fish. He becomes your mentor. Imagine the government taking, and it's something that I'm working on now, not just in Monrovia, in Garnersville. I'm also going to expand it like to Cape Town. But imagine if the government takes $1,000 and give it to each family. Let's just get into practical, on the ground solutions. Let's get out of the skies. Because when we look at our fishery industry at large, currently you mentioned is contributing about 10% to the economy. You have about 33,000 people in the fishery industry. You have about 11,000 fishers. You have about 3,300 canoes. Imagine if we were just to shift our strategy and shift our model to empowering those 11,000 fishers. Within a year, we could have over 500,000 fishermen. If we choose to, if we take 1,000 per family of the 23 million, that's not even like that's not even like $1 million. 500,000 will empower 500,000 families. That's 500,000 fishermen in less than a year. Our fishermen right now are 11,000. Those are the type of solutions that I'm talking about. And for someone who have done extensive research on this, as I just related, it is absolutely plausible. So the decision is, are we going to live in the skies in the Mamba Point hotels and have those fancy conversations, or we're really serious about solving the fishery issues? And one thing I will say just before I turn back in, when I went to, I sent my brother to, and this was when Emma was in, I sent him to the ministry or to the entity to get information. We want to do aqua fishery. We've seen it being done XYZ. Can you help us as a governmental entity? The director looked at us in the face and said, we want to get to your result. We don't even have like a lab or a demo to say, oh, if you want to do this, this is our little demo lab that we have. Of all the millions that she received, let's take it from her. Of all the millions that entity received, it's not about her. They couldn't even establish a basic demo lab.
We don't even have it at Kari.
Like that was something very practical that could have been done even today. Like,
and the structure is there at Kari.
The structure is there, and I'm glad that Pewee mentioned this. Clay has a huge center, and amongst other centers across Liberia. This doesn't take getting an engineer from Geneva or from Germany or from the great United States. It takes someone getting on the flight. If we say we have no fingerlings, we have no baby fish in town, get on Kenya Airways, go to Ghana, pay $325, you get 100 fingerlings. Pay $500, you get 200 fingerlings of catfish and tilapia. Like, this is so practical. Why are we not doing it? So this would be
But Fanta tilapia right here in the Due River. Why we going away? Why we went way to Ghana?
I even forgot my neighbor. My neighbor in Ben and Stop. Ben and Stop. If any of you are in that area, and also the audience listening who are interested in aquaculture, I forgot their name, but I have their number. Ben and Stop. This guy, I think, came from Europe. He's a Liberian. He's established ponds, right? He's growing tilapia, catfish, and other fishes. So this is not rocket science. Ben and Stop. Now he's expanding. He's expanding his ponds. I even have videos I can share. So we need to be practical about our solutions and stop being so elaborate and living in the skies.
You're right, Fanta.
Great. I gotta get in touch with the guy. We in the band stuff here. We in the Dix.
Oh, you will be like when you go there, you will be in awe. I will send you a video.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Welcome. You just joined while we're closing on this one, so I will give you the time to just speak on this one. Then we've been talking about today the president of the Republic of Liberia launched this Liberia fishery conference where they invited a lot of partners, neighboring countries, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and across Guinea and the rest of that. And the partners came in, and there's a very big plan, 10 years plan. We have the National Fish Plan, and they're trying to structure this blue economy, if you will. We've been talking about it, and the prospect of that particular industry in Liberia moving forward. We discussed that. We just briefly discussed the 12 case. Also, we spent the time discussing the 12 case. So I will give you the time to talk about this. Then we then move to the breaking news about the appointment of the new NEC boss.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, I think great conversation, Pewee. And I mean, I don't have much input on this one because this is not my forte. This is not my area. So I enjoy listening to Fanta and what she had to say about it. And what I will say is that even if we must have these conferences, Sylvester, and if we must have these meetings, then I think it's important to ask the question relative to who are these fancy meetings? Are these meetings ideas and solution driven? Because again, there's nothing wrong with having meetings, but if they're not, if we're just having meetings and conferences to make national headlines, then it defeats the purpose. If you're having meetings that to invite experts and people who are solution driven to change the trajectory of the fishery industry, then of course those are needed. So I think if we must have these meetings and if we must have these conferences, it's a great idea to invite our partners, especially those that have done well in this industry, to figure out what have they done differently that we can learn from and improve and invest. But again, or are we just having these meetings just to have these meetings? Few months ago we were talking about the diaspora conference as well, right? I know again it takes time, but I'm still waiting on an updated report on some of the action plans that proceeded from these meetings and some of the things that were discussed. So I know for a fact that the fishery industry, for a very long time, has deeply depended on aid. Foreign investment. I know the EU just committed 25 million euro to that industry. So these things have helped. But the question is, um, what have we done that after all these years we have not gotten to the next step? We have not progressed, and so I think you need big minds at these tables, Sylvester. You need big minds, big ideas, big but realistic ideas, as alluded by Fanta. But again, knowing us as a people, we don't appreciate uh, we don't appreciate a skill set. We don't appreciate people who have both the academic and practical, technical know-how in these fields. And until we start doing that, Sylvester, you're not going to. I keep saying, Liberia, our Ghanaian counterparts, and the Kenyans and the folks from Rwanda, these people, and I put my neck on the board. I don't think these guys are smarter than us. I mean, because and the reason why I don't think so, because every single day, professionally and personally, I get to meet a new Liberian. We have doctors, we have pilots, we essentially have Liberians in all fields. But when we have these talks and when we discuss these issues, Sylvester, it breaks my heart that some of the challenges that we face today, why are we not solving these challenges by reaching out to these people who can help, resolve some of these challenges? People who can help train in areas that are lacking. Why? Why? Well, you don't need the white man. I often speak about this white man savior syndrome mentality, where we feel like if it's not coming from the white man, then it's not qualitative enough. But there are Liberians in this country, just like there are Nigerians and Ghanaians in the United Kingdom and other places, who have invested in education in different areas. Why are we not investing in these people? Why are we not reaching out to these people, recruiting the right people? And a lot of these guys are apolitical. They don't care about the politics. They care about results. And so if we can start to do that, I think in these place areas that are of challenges, we can do better. So I don't have much to say with regard to that. I think Fanta and the other guys said it all. But I think like every other sector in the country, I think the fisheries sector really needs investment. If like Fanta just said, if we have 500, what you said, did you say 500,000?
Yeah, give each
If we
family
have
1,000, take 500,000. Yep.
Yeah, if we have 500,000 fishermen, so if we assume that all of those fishermen were catching, let's say, a certain number of fish, cassava fish, whatever kind of fish, where would they store them? How many? What is? How many? How many folks are willing to buy them at a fair price, right? So there's a lot of questions that can be answered, but again, you need the right minds at these tables that will prefer ideas and solutions. With regards to the toy case, I think the government, and I said this from the genesis, we need to send a very strong message when it comes to corruption. I'm for one. I have zero tolerance for corruption. I think it has hurt us. It has impacted our developmental growth in Liberia, and we are corrupt. I saw a video the other day, a very disturbing video of a woman who had worked 3 jobs in the U.S. And was sending money back home to her nephew to build a house for her. Well, to her surprise, I mean, it's a very sad video, and I almost cried for her. She went back home very excited after all these years, thinking that she was walking into a 2-story building house. I mean, this nephew would take a picture of the house 10 feet away from the trash, the zinc run he built, and he would send the picture to her and tell her, "Well, this is the 2-story building that I'm building for you." Well, when she got in the country, called him. He told her he was out of the country and he couldn't come to where she was at the moment. When she went to the house, he had been showing her. She met the rightful owner at the house, and they drove her away. And they told her, "Well, if this is your nephew that said he's been building the house, well, that's the house, that's the mud house that he actually lives. That's the house he's been building for you." And she was very sad, disappointed. Imagine someone working and thinking that they're investing their money. I said this to say corruption is just not within our government. Corruption is a part of our it's a part of us, and I think that it start with our elected leaders, and it start in our homes, how our kids are raised, and some of the things that we instilled in them, right? And so I'm all for folks, government going after corrupt folks, but it cannot be politically motivated. It cannot be politically influenced. It must be based on the facts. And from day one, I mean, I don't know what the government, if the government already have the facts to adequately prosecute Simon Toy. I think this is politically motivated, but so I'll wait and see. I'm not sure what the breaking news is for this case, but I think that last time I read up on it, they were still kind of struggling to really get the evidences and what have you. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. Myean, can you the picture I sent you, can you just put it up quickly? Before we run into this, but on a programming note, we will be hosting tomorrow the Honorable Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Liberia.
I'm about to please you.
The Honorable Minister of Public Works of the Republic of Liberia. Myean, is there any problem? Myean, okay, there we go. We just got this breaking news. We have on here is the Honorable Jonathan Wieder. Jonathan Wieder, the executive mansion release. President Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. has nominated Mr. Jonathan K. Wieder to serve as chairman of the National Election Commission, NEC, following the resignation of Madame Deviata Brown Asana. Mr. Wieder brings to the position a wealth of experience and in electoral administration, governance, and public service. He previously served as commissioner of the National Election Commission from 2004 to 2020. From 2004 to 2020, during which time
What are you laughing for?
from 2004 to 2020, maybe they're long. They've been a veteran.
Veteran. You think Boga stupid?
They've been a veteran. Oh, I love it. They've been a veteran. So basically, 2004 to 2020, during which time he held several key oversight responsibilities, including human resources, finance, and procurement. He also served as acting co-chair of the commission, contributing significantly to the management and credibility of the Liberian electoral process. In addition to his national service, Mr. Wieder has participated in numerous international electoral missions. Then we come quickly down here to Mr. Wieder holds a Master of Arts degree with honors in development studies with concentration in development management from the School of International Training in Vermont, United States of America. He also holds a Bachelor of Science degree with honor in General Forestry from the University of Liberia. So, gentlemen, I will just conclude on that here today. We've been debating this. We speculated a couple of days ago, even Jerome Sanvee was on here. We debated the issue about if there was going to appoint Josiah Joker that said some things, and most of us said that would have been counterproductive for the president to do. And Chairman Ben, we ran some name of said Kura Musu Scab or even suggesting it would be appropriate to have Mr. Jonathan Wieder, who of course been with the commission for a protracted period of time. That probably one will not even debate why. But again, I'm seeing on social media a report is being pushed out there that many other folks are currently saying that he's an agent of the United Party. We see some people posting pictures already all over the place. Here from Myean, is here coming just from Myean, an agent of the United Party and the rest of that. So I will start with you, Mr. Nagbe, on this one. I know Tomalin, you have come to you soon, but I want to start with Mr. Nagbe. He's a progressive here. Is this tantamount to Liberian body politics that even if we were to bring Comrade Jesus as the chairman, people will praise as it?
Jesus.
Well, I mean, yes, I think the cynics will always have their day. But first of all, let me congratulate TCA.
Yeah.
I think we called this a few days ago. Like exactly. You said, yeah, Chairman Sanvee was here, and all of us, we put out a short list, and Mr. Wieder was top of the list. But first of all, congratulations to him. I understand he has had a long history with the commission, so I think he understands the commission well. But two things, one, he's a nettle Lothian. And I think the president is I don't know if he's paying any attention to this. I don't think this man, with all that has been written about him, I don't think he's the most qualified man in the country.
If I will hold you there, I'm not pushing back because I'm from Lofa, right? But if I will hold you there, is it established that he's actually from Lofa? He's not from Babylon?
I think he's from Lofa. I mean, I'll leave it to others, but from what
we'll check that quick.
Yeah, we'll check the
He's from
messages I'm
Babolo.
getting.
He's from Babolo.
Yeah, that's the reason why I asked, because I'm concerned because I've been following him for the NPP days. I've been following this woman. You are close to my late father, and that's the reason why I asked you. I hold you. I said I'm not asking because I'm from Lofa. Is he not from Babolo?
Okay, and then I'm glad to hear that if he's not from Lofa.
No, he's not from
Babolo is Lofa.
No, Babolo is not Lofa. Babolo is a separate county.
Yeah, it used to be, but
so Babolo all Lofa, but it came all of Lofa anyway. But you can quite. I just wanted to ask the question so we can know where he's from.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm getting here, it looks
he's
like
he's a Pedef man from Babolo County.
Okay, from what I'm getting here, it looks like he's been with the commission for quite a while. I think it's a good thing. I think his learning curve will be very, very short. I think he understands the commission, and so for that, I congratulate him. And again, if this Lofian domination is not, what I thought it was, then congratulations to the president again. Like I said, I think you guys, you understand the political space very well, probably more than some of us now. I think you had some very high, praise for him. So I will go by your assessment. I don't know him at all. I didn't even know of him until he was brought up recently. So congratulations to him. But I was speaking of here that he used to be with Lionel. I thought Johnny was going to be happy about this. I don't know whether Lionel lost him. Johnny, are you frozen? Can you hear me, Johnny? So if Sylvester will allow me, I want to pass it on to Johnny so that let's hear him rejoice because his Lionel man is at the commissioner. Oh no.
I don't know much about him being that person, but anyway.
Okay. Jennifer, you can come in here, but I would love to actually say to most of those folks that moving around Unity Party, the mayor is now a Unity Party agent on serious note. He associated before with the NPP, and I know him to be one of the NPP individual, Mr. Weeder line. So when we want
how can you say for sure? Do you know what his affiliation is today? Even though he's previously
the last time he voted,
he
voted for Unity Party.
Thank you, Robert.
Come again, Robert.
His last in 2017, he did vote for Unity Party. In fact,
voting for Unity Party does not mean you are partisan.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that he is an affiliate of the Unity Party. That's
a sympathizer, right? And I'm not saying wrong. This is why I said I know him to have affiliated with the NPP. That's what I said. Did I say he's still an NPP member? No.
So then he's Unity Party.
It's possible. It's possible he may have joined the Unity Party.
Okay.
I didn't see him.
And I think his appointment his time with the commission began in 2011, which was during the Unity Party government, Ellen Johnson.
No. His time with the commission started
in
2004.
Yeah, 04.
Right. So then he converted from Charles Taylor to Ellen, essentially.
It's possible.
Pretty much. Yeah.
That's why it's possible. But again, the election law of our country, as the last time we read it through here, is such that if you are affiliated, they will ask about your past immediate after your appointment. Like now, if you got any affiliation of any political party whatsoever, you should immediately resign. That's the ugly part of the law that I really don't like for me.
But do you think they really uphold the Pewee? Like do you think that's something that is?
That's the problem, and I agree. That's the problem there. For me, I thought it should have been a law that you have political people.
It'll be difficult. It'll be difficult,
right? Yeah, everybody.
It'll be difficult. I mean, everybody.
I need a freedom of the law. It was smart to do that.
Yeah, but let me just
quickly say Father got own political party.
Exactly.
I'm uncorruptible.
I think. I think at this time we should.
I agree with Mr. It's difficult. We shouldn't have put that there.
It'll be difficult, Sylvester. I think the way they put it is the best way. You should renounce.
Renounce it immediately and move on. So yeah,
but I have to give the president credit this time because I know we beat on him a lot. The government. I think the president decided to go away from Josiah Jokai. I think that was a good call.
Absolutely.
Yes. So for that, I think he listened. And I think Dr. Jokai, we're friends, and but I think he's proven to be an extremist, and I don't think he believes in the integrity of the electoral process, given the kind of speech that he has espoused. So I think a lot of us expressed reservation about when we heard that he was in the running, and so I want to commend the president on this. I think going away from him, I think he saved. I think he removed a lot of controversy that would have attended this appointment. So I want to commend and congratulate him on this for
Thank you.
this.
I'll come to you quickly on this one. We will come back. So let's take like 2.5, maximum 3 minutes. Then we will say come back because it's a sensitive discussion. We'll come back so that we can allow it to flow. Because like we got 2 minutes like this is 2 minutes to 8 p.m. and probably we want to conclude this tonight by 8:30, hopefully, and just call it a day. So I'll come to you, Tumani. Mr. Jonathan Wieder, he got a very long history with the 22 years with the Election Commission. And the president said part of the reason why he got a lot of experience with honor, he came to Vermont, the University of Vermont, graduated with honor in international development studies, and he got his first degree in forestry and the rest of that from the University of Liberia with honor also. Is he the best person that you can go to bed and sleep and believe that we're going to have free, fair, transparent, and with a level playing elections?
Somebody just tell me this. The person said, you don't overlook your shows now because you all spend almost your whole show here on Friday afterwards discussing about this thing. But honestly, I was told that it was definitely between Josiah Jokai and Gloria Scott. But because the public outcry, people have been discussing on various platforms, and everybody's the president. I don't think right now with the state of the country is in right now, so divided and with the nothing border crisis and all the stuff going on. I don't think want to hear any more headache like this. So, but the name of Widow, Chairman Sanvee, he mentioned it because we're hearing his name because after the president was trying to find out from his advisor, but if not Josiah or Gloria, then who else, And Widow, he served on the commission with Myean, and he's a veteran of the NEC. He comes to the position with wealth and experience. And I don't. Why it is true that he's not a fan of the CDC, that I know for sure, because at that time we're active with the CDC, and we knew the kind of comments he made. I mean, how he looked to us, but so we knew that. So he's not a fan. I can tell you that. But besides that, he's a veteran of the NEC, and he comes to the position with wealth and experience. He knows the in and out. He has monitored elections in other countries. So I don't think, again, the NEC, the way it's structured, but at the framework of the Constitution, you got commissioners that work along with you. Now, President Baka may be and this could be what he could do. Perhaps he could nominate Gloria Scott and Josiah Jokai to be as commissioners too. Maybe one of them serve as co-chair and so forth. You can never tell. But with this appointment, there's somebody who the NEC is in a very experienced hand. That I can tell you, he knows it a lot. But I'm sure that what we can say, we put staying in the gallery of Josiah and Gloria Scott. Most of the people have been criticizing them. That's why it's important what you say today. Be careful how you put your utterance, because what people did when they heard his name, they started playing a video all over the place. And I'm sure that video reached the president. Somebody said, the president, you see, they may go there now. There was CDC people there. They was not making noise. It would be having trouble here. So find somebody different. But I mean, honestly, the president told him in his letter that in the release that he must take away immediately until he's confirmed. The Senate is on recess now, so when they come back, they will be able to confirm him. I don't think I'm not having any fear much about it. As him being the chairman, he knows exactly what to do. But we'll see. We want to see who the other commissioners will be and the very oversight they will have, and when they appoint them. So let's see what happens in the coming weeks and coming months. Who will be the 4 other commissioners they will appoint? So Jonathan Wieder, I mean, I can tell you he's, like other panelists have said, he has some sympathetic man with the UP. That of sure I know, but he not much he can do as chairman. Yeah, he alone not going to run the show, and besides that, political parties will be very aggressive. They'll be alert. They're gonna call him anything. They're gonna call him off for anything. So, but it will be the NEC is in good hands. I can tell you, he's on capable hands. He's been there for long. So the confirmation should not be a problem much, except where they find some utterances he had made in the past. Maybe somebody will find something he said against somebody part, especially the CDC, and they may bring it out. But other than that, I think the president nominated him tonight. I don't think it's a big deal for me personally, knowing from what I've learned from the Election Commission since 2005. But in I would say that Josiah, my good friend Josiah, and Councillor Scott, don't overlook the power of social media, especially a platform like this and other platforms. When people start to bring your video on, and this show has been watched by people who watch the show all over the place, and you'll be surprised. And people watch this show, you weren't expecting to watch it, but they watch the show. Even if they don't watch it live, they watch it in the aftermath. And when they hear this plan, they saying something, they say, you're the post saying, you're Robert guy saying, that person saying they want, and they start carrying it, and that's how they go. So be careful what you say out there. Tomorrow he come out to hunt you. So Jonathan Widow, I think he's a safe pick, and I think we're expecting to be confirmed.
Thank you. Yeah, and the release from the executive manager indicated that he will be acting pending the return from recess of the legislature of the Liberia Senate. The letter said because it's confirmation where applicable, and it's applicable here that he had to go for full confirmation. Fata, this is the new referee that is going to manage people like you also, that is nursing senatorial ambition, if you will. From distance, while you try that for your campaign in the future, how you consider this? You want he confirmed, and if confirmed, what are some measures politically in terms of the fee to be level will you expect that he put into place?
I don't think I have much power over if he gets confirmed or not.
Yes, but if he's confirmed, why are you expecting so that you can show that a free, fair, transparent elections will be conducted?
Yeah. Look, I think transparency is the name of the game here. If they are serious, or if he is truly serious, if he's going to take if we should take his years of experience seriously, from 04 to current, let's say 20 plus years, is quite significant of an experience. But as we've seen in Liberian politics, experience doesn't equate competence. As very evident of the president, he spent 40 years. If we're looking at Mr. Wheeler terms in service from 04, I think Boyka completely beats that from Dole's time. So 40 years and still, come on, we're not even born then. I'm telling you, like, they were not even thinking about us. And to have spent all those years in public service and then become a complete disaster of a leader, it is very questionable. So I don't quite take any longer just experience as credence, right? Or as competent for doing the job, as having the right capabilities, because he's been at the NEC for all this time, and yet there's been so many discrepancies, there's been so many corruption at the NEC, and from what you read, he's held senior level positions. I'm very curious, if I was one of those senators confirming him, or in those sessions, I'd be asking, when this incident occurred, what was your position? When this incident of corruption or voting fraud occurred, what was your position? What have you done in terms of transforming NEC and the system infrastructurally to ensure free and fair, not just free and fair election, but also enabling the Liberian voters to exercise their civil rights? I will be asking those questions if I was on the other side of him. And then I will also want to know, what are his future plans in terms of digitization, in terms of transparency? And then he probably will not be honest in terms of his affiliation and influence, because we know those two go hand in hand. But I will absolutely be pushing for that. And if he was to make a decision that mirrors or appears to have been influenced by his political affiliation, what should be the consequences applied to him? I will want him to be his own, to as they can say, as the parents can say, go pick a ratting. Go pick a ratting. Like what ratting should we beat you with when you mess up? Or when we sense you have betrayed the Liberian people, because the person who is appointing you has certainly done that, and certainly done a dent with the devil and done a dent with treason. So he's appointing you. Do I give it credence? I don't give it much credence. My concerns are very, very are very much that, and they're very legitimate. I think most especially for someone getting into this role, I would have loved to see a younger person, because you have to, as a leader, to fully represent to the fullest your population. They have to see themselves in you. Representation matters. I look at that man, we are a generation apart. Does he understand the Liberia, the median age for a Liberian citizen is 19 years old? Does he understand that? So he understands that those are the people that he's representing and not the 1%. 80% of the population are under 30. Does he understand that? So that he has to design, now as the leader, has to design a system or enhance and optimize a system for full functionality, a system that's not going to oppress those 80%. Does he understand where his obligations are? Or is he just going to torch party lines? And I would desperately love to be a fly on the wall in that hearing, essentially whispering into the ears of the senators. But I don't think this is a progressive pick. I think this is a safe pick. I think, as Mr. Nagbe said, is safe. And we don't have time for safe anymore. We need energy. We need disruptors. We need people who can motivate the next generation. We need inspiring people. When I look at this pick, I'm not inspired by him. I don't think my generation is inspired by him. I don't think the Gen Zs are inspired by him. And therefore, it's a letdown for us. I would have loved to see a 30-year-old, a 40-year-old in there, because it says, and for those who are going to push back on saying, age doesn't matter, age matters. Because if I can look at a 40-year-old and have a conversation with them, I know that they're going to understand where I'm coming from, right? They're going to be able to resonate. If I'm talking to a 60-year-old, to a 70-year-old, we're worlds apart. You're still operating in those time, and when we are like post-war. So how do we relate? How do you represent me and my interest when I'm 80% of the population? So I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in this pick. I think the president could have done better, but once again, I'm not surprised.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to Raul here on this one, but Uncle Joe be sitting somewhere now in his living room having his tea and says, I'm inspired with this man. Father is not inspired, but I'm inspired. 81 years inspired with 71. But I agree with you somehow that the young, imagine Canada at the time when Justin Trudeau came on, he was very young when he was elected Prime Minister of Canada and the rest of that. See, the new war, or the Macron was in his head, I think, at 40 when he took over the great country of France and the rest of that. I do agree with that. This new generational bridge in terms of leadership is very important. It's vital in transformation. Robert, by any chance, should the opposition be concerned about this appointment, or should this be a kind of a room to say with the vast experience this woman brings to the table? He been there for 2004 to now 22 years experience, and he left 2020 after the new batch being appointed. He was not part of the new batch that were appointed 2020 and the rest of that. Since then, he left. Should the opposition community see this man appointment as the in terms of the experience, if I'll put it that way, first and foremost, and someone that have longevity on the spirit of electoral activities,
saying, okay, yeah, I think we can work with this man and see, and we're just pressing on ensuring that the rules are respected, and we're watching very closely. As Chancellor said, watching from out of an eagle.
I mean, I don't. To be quite honest, I'm unsure. I don't know what they should think. Um, what I do know is that is imperative that uh, the opposition invest in all of the areas that they need to invest to ensure that if an attempt of cheating were to happen, they have done their due diligence. So I will hope that at least they do that. But I think Fanta took the words out of my mouth. I was written down when we talk about experience. Experience is a good thing. Trust me, experience is a good thing. But the issue with experience and how unique that is when it comes to Liberia does not make me excited when I hear the word experience, right? Because it really hasn't made much of a difference, and it's worrisome that it's worrisome that specifically when it comes to Liberia, experience really hasn't made an impact in strategically key areas that you would expect. Case in point is the experience of the experience and the education and the brilliance of the current finance minister. Think about the debate, and I'm sure Johnny and others that currently form the opposition. There was this noise when Samuel Toy was there, and people talk about his arrogance and his inexperience and all these things and how unity party with the old heads would have made such a difference. I mean, look at where we are now with the economy. You would think that things in 3 years things would have changed with that level of education and that level of experience. I think Fanta pointed out the president. The president ran on experience, 40 years of experience. I mean, there are simple things that, and I think we talk about these things, and those within the circle of the presidency, I'm sure that they're looking and they're pretty much insulting us. These guys don't know what they're talking about, right? But there are simple things that you would expect an experienced administrator to do in cases of the border, in cases of corruption, and when things happen, the capital fire, and you question this experience. So is experience good? Absolutely. I look for experience when I'm hiring my staff. I'm very, very big. I would not hire a bartender or server or a manager that has all the experience but no hotel specific experience. I look for that, right? Unless I'm convinced that that person is teachable, that person can adapt, can adjust quickly. So experience is good. But I think the bigger question is, why has it not worked in Liberia? I think that's the bigger question. So would I be excited if a man who has spent so many years at that entity was leading the entity with that level of experience? Absolutely. But again, he's been there for all these years, Sylvester. And I know folks can push back and say, well, he wasn't head. We've had the same debate about current now President Joseph Boakai. They were saying, well, he was just vice president. He didn't get the opportunity to call the shots and things like that. So now that he's there, you would expect that he would do something. I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is that Liberia cannot afford to have an election that is not deemed free and fair. What I do know, I'm getting information that, even though, again, I think this pick is a better pick than the Josiah pick that we kind of talked about. And I think it's even a better pick than Gloria Musu Scott, if you ask me, right? But I'm getting information that in the last election, This guy is he's a very low key kind of sort of guy, and he has maneuvered in ways where his political affiliation is not loud, right? It's not as loud as the former neck chair, right? It was very clear in 2011 why he had to resign, because it was clear that he had a bias for Unity Party, and as soon as he did resign, we saw that bias. He was running over the place with the Unity Party T-shirt on, and this guy is a good friend of the former chair. But I am getting information that he was part of Unity Party and Joseph Boakai campaign team on this election, and he was very quiet about it. I'm getting information that he's not only an affiliate of the Unity Party, though not an official member of the party. He voted for Unity Party, but he's been a key voice on the back end of that. So how does he perform? I don't know. Lastly, though, I do think that we need to restructure the how these appointments are done. I know the president is appoints the chair and the commissioner, but I think it's important that the opposition community feels a part. And so I'm not sure what the stipulations are. Do we have other commissioners that are member of a political party? I know that the federal election in the U.S., for instance, you cannot have more than two commissioners from the same party, right? But it's you have folks that are chair from the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and then the Independents. But in Liberia, it's different. The president he can appoint, the chair of NET and the commissioner. And it doesn't matter if they come from ANC. It doesn't matter if they come from the CDC. It doesn't matter if they come from any other political party. And there will always be question surrounded the independence of these commissioners and the integrity of these elections, when people feel as though these loopholes are not tightened and that they're not closed. But we can all pray and hope for a free and fair election. And I'm sure that the president, I'm reluctantly saying this, in his wisdom, we understand that a free, fair election is in his interest come 2029.
Thank you, Raul. But quickly, if I come to Johnny,
let me push back a little bit. What we should not forget is that, you see, our elections have consequences, and there's one of it. And the Constitution of Liberia gives the president the authority to appoint members of the Elections Commission. It is his prerogative to do any appointment. He could have got in and he could have said, I appointed all my top UUP people there. It left for the Senate to confirm with their advice and consent. So with what he did, I mean, we criticize, we talk about it, but at the end of the day, President Boakai is the president. He has used the constitutional authority to nominate. Now, what President Salif did, which I expect who Boakai could do, I think President Weah did it too. I'm mistaken too. I think Weah did it too. They asked, President Salif did that. She asked.
President Salif did it.
Yeah, she did it. She asked opposition, so you'll send somebody who was CDC. Send somebody, recommend somebody. How can David Edward Brown was sent? CDC sent her name and she appointed. So, if President Boakai want to be maybe magnanimous and be somebody and say, well, I don't want too much noise, he can ask opposition committee and say, well, you're sending 2 persons. I will take 2% from among you. But again, will he do it? He's not forced to do it, but I think it will be create some level of confidence and level playing field. But Sam Buddha, I'm sure he will go through. I can tell you that.
But 10 seconds, if you don't mind.
I'm just agreeing with family 100%.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
So when I asked for restructuring of these rules, I think it's important, given our political dispensation, Sylvester and Tomalin. I think it's important, though, that the president is mandated. I think the president should, and it's in our own interest. The president should not necessarily have to ask the opposition community to send name forward. I think that the rules should demand that there are not 2 or 3 commissioners that are affiliated, or folks might think this person works at the will and pleasure of the president. This is a very sensitive issue when it comes to elections in our country. And God bless the heart of the former president. I thought he did something very commendable when he conceded the election the way he did, right? But even folks within the incumbent at the time did not like the fact that he did that, given the fact that he could have maintained power had he even pushed back a little bit when votes were still being counted. So I think in our interest, as we revisit, we know that we have a very weak legislature. To some extent, they work at the will and pleasure of the president. They're not independent. And so if the president wants Wida or whoever, I think the president gets Wida, right? But to have that cushion and to that reliability in the election process, I think it's important that you have commissioners that represents different political interests at the table.
Okay, yeah, Johnny. But before I come to you quickly, the folks say, "Oh, he was part of the Unity Party, with war room things and other things." Brown Lassana was also a member of the CDC, and she was appointed chair of that body at the time. She was appointed, and so when this debate, and I'm putting the devil advocate here as the moderator here, as folks are trying, even in the comment areas, putting some of these things. Director Brown was appointed, and she went to the Senate to confirm, and she performed a very wonderful task, though she was affiliated with a particular political party and eventually appointed as head of that. So for me, the issue of Mr. Wida is the level of his competence. He been there, he got he's qualified for the job, he got the wealth of experience, he's been interacting in the room there. But Johnny, let me come back to you on this one, and because he's going to be a referee also. How will you go to bed tonight with planning about your campaign come 2029 with you and your campaign team? Are you now telling your guys that, yeah, we got someone that is reliable, that is competent, that we can rely on and other things? What are you now, with this current appointment as the head of this, what will you be looking for next year this time for the president to do the rest of the 6 appointment of the commissioners, the rest of the commissioners? Do you want it to be balanced? Do you want people of similar character, like worth experience, and that been around for some time?
Look, firstly, it's good that everybody that have spoken have mentioned that this newly nominated individual has been affiliated most of the time with Unity Party. So Victor indicated that they managed from line. I don't know that, except I do some research. I'm not denying what he said because I'm not too aware of the funding fathers or those who organize line from the back. But I mean, you can see in the most recent political period, he has been discussed that he's been affiliating with Unity Party. But for me, let me say one thing. We all have political interests in this country, in Liberia. What is important for us is when we take up national duty, we should know the difference between your political affiliation and your national duty. And that brings about integrity. So I expect this man and this older man to be a person of integrity, to set those standards that all other commissioners will follow, so that Liberians can believe in the democratic process, the referee for our democratic process, and in a way that after him, we will continue to make progress in that sector. I mean, if I will want to see what you'll be bringing on the table, as a new chairperson for the National Election Commission. Because personally, I feel in my personal mind that there are some areas where we need to focus on to make some changes or make some improvement in the election in the process of Liberia. One key area I always stress on is we need to make sure that we have election for our traditional leaders in terms of the chieftaincy, because it has always been the case and it is provided for in the Liberian constitution. So I will hope that from our perspective, he will look in that direction and see how in the next coming election, we can have election for the chiefs of Liberia. Because the election is also important for our democracy. Because they are not elected, all these ministers and elected representatives, senators, influence their position, influence their administration, and it cause problem for us in this, in the sector. So Mr. Widow, welcome. Let me congratulate you as an individual. And we will only hope and pray that your coming to the Election Commission will bring change, will bring about some level of trust, transparency, and credibility to the democracy of Liberia. I also want to encourage all political parties, even the ruling party, everyone, we should hold this man and accountable to ensure that we have a transparent election come 2029. And let him set that standard. We want to, and I believe he cannot work on his own. He has 6 other persons working with him. So those 6 individuals also have a part to play in ensuring that the election process is transparent and credible. And we also have international partners. So I agree the president may elect and nominate somebody to the post based on his or her conviction. But the person also has a role to play, and they have a family to protect. They have their own integrity, and they also have to work with international parties. So I want to believe that he will do his best. I'm also expecting him to bring about some radical changes in the process, because we need to improve the situation in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. I think because this is going to be the major issue here about certifying our elections. The president is expected to nominate 6 other commissioners. 6 will be appointing 1 co-chair, and then the rest of this 5 other commissioners that will be now, after their confirmations, they will now be positioned for different sector, different areas, specialized area in the commission. There will be some will be responsible for civil education, voter sensitization, voter education, and the data center and the rest of that. What should opposition leaders, if you will, political party like yours, be looking forward to, or be having discussion around on this kind of a platform, so as to inform the president's decision on the kind of elements that he should be bringing to bear here? The president got 6 more persons to appoint, including the co-chair of the commission. And
I really hope that he can appoint me at one of those 6.
Also, that means giving the hope of the local people to contest for them?
For both, I want to help serve Liberia in many ways. I want to serve in the
if you are giving that right,
we can go to serve Liberia people,
yeah, and we'll start having a discussion. We'll start having a discussion. Sometime we'll be writing. We'll write the president.
Because I'm really a strong advocate that we should have election at the level of level of local government. We should have election for city mayors, election for superintendents, for commissioners, for paramount chiefs and everybody, so that we can expand our democracy in a way that it become independent. But right now, all those working in local government are working at the will and pleasure of those guys in the Senate, representative, and minister, and the president. And I don't think that democracy is good for us. We should ensure that people at the local level should elect their officials.
Yes, that would be. I will come to Mr. Namiko. That would be another debate again, because the ruling from the Supreme Court about mayor, it put into caution orders. And that had been the debate when my parents said he went to the Supreme Court. But that will be a debate for another day. We'll look into that also soon. If the Supreme Court rule now that mayor cannot be elected, they will have to be appointed by the president. Does other position also include town chief and other things? That will be a big debate. But Mr. Nambe, to you on this issue, what should political party be looking forward to moving to next year, March? Because next year, March, all of the 6 commissioners we have, including the current co-chair, the term will expire. And then the president will have the prerogative now to appoint new set of brand new commissioners to take us into the 2029 elections, including this chairman that had just been named tonight.
Well, I mean, look, I wish the president will go outside of the UP enclave. There are lots of qualified Liberians, and I will support my brother Johnny. I will wish the president would go outside of Lofa as well. But if Johnny is one of those appointed, I think I'll be comfortable with that. But I think what Tomalin said is really what I like to come back to. This president is really amazes me. He's not even making an effort, not at all, or striking a balance. He's not. What Tomalin said is what anybody who believes in integrity, let the president say he does. That's what you would do, even if you had somebody on your mind. You got to put a call out there to the opposition. Y'all give me 3 names. I will pick one of them. You know, and like you say, he has 12. I hope he will look to that because it's not late yet. I think he should do that.
They
If
have
he does
six more.
exactly 6 more, thank you. If he does that, I think he will save himself the headache of all the yo-yo that will result. He will instill integrity in the process, and he will have less to worry about people questioning the integrity of whatever the process is. I hope he will do that. That's what I hope. That's what we're hoping for. You know, he shouldn't just take the people from UP alone and take them from Lofa alone. I think he should look outside of UP and look outside of Lofa, except maybe for my brother Johnny here. Other than that, and that's what we'll be looking for. I mean, we were vocal on our apprehension for Dr. Jokai. I'm glad the president listened. So I'm a little bit encouraged by that. It gives me hope that he will listen. And I think we'll continue to do like we're doing here tonight. I mean, you said that Friday we were here. I think we spent a lot of time on this impending appointment. And like I said, I congratulate the president on this one. The fact that he went away from Dr. Jokai, given the sentiment that he has expressed in social media. Now I was listening to a 3-minute clip that one of our colleagues just dropped in the chat room there. Apparently, this Mr. Wido, he doesn't just have an affinity for UP. He's a UP partisan. But like you pointed out, Sylvester, the law requires that he will renounce that partisan affiliation, and we'll be watching. We hope his performance will not be tainted by his previous affiliation with the UP government. But for the other appointment, I will hope that the president will try to strike a balance. Go outside to you don't even have to go to the opposition if you don't want. Go to integrity institutions, civil society, the lawyers. Go to people like those people and tell them, y'all give me some name of people I want to reconstitute the election commission. I think it will make the president look good.
Thank you. And for the sake of clarification, we on this platform, we can fact check some of these things as they unfold, because it's our responsibility also to disseminate what I would call accurate information. So accurate information dissemination is our paramount concern on this platform. Mr. Jonathan Wheeler is not from Lofa County. Mr. Jonathan Wheeler is from Dopoh County.
Right. No, you said that earlier, and I'm
the folks from our folks writing in here that the men's from Lofa and other things. Okay. And one of our friend here on the Geeks is saying that he's convinced that probably maybe all the commissioner will come, the rest of the states will come from Lofa. It's not possible. It's not going to be possible. I can assure you on that. It's not going to be possible. Probably we'll have one, and that one will be Johnny that may come out, and there will be time we will start writing. Trust me.
I will not resist.
Adding next year, I will write the president a very special letter. I will write one open and one personal letter to the president, giving some justification why Johnny struck a point, because Johnny traveled intensively across the country. He understands how the local people would feel. So if Johnny were to even move to the commissioner, he should be the commissioner for voter education and sensitization. That would be a role you play.
Oh, yeah.
And you move there adequately, you can allow more people to vote. That role, that commissioner responsible for that sector, because that sector is one of the very difficult sector, because the sector is club responsibility to ensure that the voter sensitization, education, all those jingles are cut for to ensure that people folks are coming off the register. All of it's very paramount. That one of the areas that was turning up. But it's important that you start having some discussion on these things, because free, fair, transparent elections, this it's one of the fulcrum, a major element of our democracy. It's a major element of the democracy. So we need to bring people of integrity. We'll come and discuss the election issue and the rest of that. So I mean, it's important that we all have to march into. But Jonathan Wheeler is not from Lofa. He's from Dopoh County. I can remember from some time back in the late 97, the late 90s, sorry. But then Jonathan Wheeler, and that's the time I started seeing him around the late 90s, 97, 98, 99, that about, if you will. But I don't know him now. He may have shifted his political loyalty now to the Unity Party, but the law said he had to resign or denounce it or renounce it. I want to call it, moving forward before his confirmation of yes. And I think they're going to ask him that question during the confirmation. And I don't know if he's going to say, yeah, they'll ask him. Some will be honest and say, okay, yes, I'm a member of this party, but I hereby resign immediately after I was appointed. That's the fair way we know that then they can trust you. But if you came and said no, but I don't think he's going to say that because we know him to affiliate with the NPP and the rest of that position. But Georgie,
yeah,
we will close on this one because we will close. We just close it up at 9 p.m. max. We leave. So we've been having this issue now going on about this coming election. This coming election is going to be a very sensitive elections, and not only that, it's going to be sensitive elections, but it's going to be, and as we can always say, election has consequences, right? The current people voted Mr. We are out. Now they're feeling the pinch of those things. Mr. We are conducted free, fair, and transparent election. As a matter of fact, he gave a concessions call to his opponent in the midst of result being even announced. Right, yeah. This is unseen. It is all. I mean, it's not something that we witnessed now.
It's not common. It's rare.
Not common, if you want to put it that way. Should we be concerned that the element of the caliber of individual placed in the commission should be a serious national security concern now, preparing for the elections? Because the current opposition political parties, I'm not going to take this lightly as the United Party did, even before Mr. Weah, and maybe one of the reasons why Mr. Weah, someone told me this. Now I can say someone very high in the CDC told me this. He said Mr. Weah was afraid of the threat from the United Party folks that he just prematurely gave into them. Do you think the opposition party too should be in that same role that they played yesterday in terms of free, fair, transparent elections?
Well, what President Weah did on that day, on that night, maybe posterity will judge him tomorrow. But because it could turn all the way around. You and I sitting here today are one of those who never thought that Donald Trump would have been re-elected in America, especially when he went through all that conviction. And so I said, the man finished. When January 6th happened, I said, they won't buy him done. But, find out, I just today I was listening. They said more 18 to 35-year-old voted for him more than he had more votes from that demographic. Okay? So now, I mean, perhaps tomorrow, when President Weah, if he contests the election and wins the election, people will say they won't be on his side. They will say, but if you people want to win, they will say, but come on, they may consider before the NEC even officially announce you. So nothing you can do now. So maybe, and he said it one time, he said maybe one of these days, people will appreciate him for conceding at that time. And honestly, I remember that day when after we came outside, he said, you shouldn't cry. We should have won the election, but you be fair the same way 2017. So we should feel the same way today. But I don't think it should be any much of a security concern. Now, President Bwaka, this is where I expect him to exhibit his wisdom, to show his wisdom and experience. So look, the country is divided. The country is politically toxic. We see a lot of divisions in the country. Now, I nominated the Election Commission chairman, and people grumble, but yet and still, I think they receive him still. He will be confirmed. Now, going forward, the ministers commissioners. Let me balance it. Even though the Constitution gave him the prerogative to nominate for the advice and consent of the Senate, let me just try to be as fair as possible. Okay, you found somebody maybe from the religious community. Again, they pass them to again. Maybe you put an imam there too, put a pastor there too. You can never tell. So you go forward. You go to the National Bar Association. Send me one person. Go to the opposition political parties. You're sending 2 persons. I mean, maybe he should do that, and then he can choose from among them. Okay, and decide who you nominate. But like I said earlier, the chairman don't have that much power. Maybe honest people are saying, oh, somebody don't say so because you saw what happened 2020, 2023. When everybody was saying the Edward Brown, all kind of rumor. One group say, oh, the embassy don't tell the woman care to mama point. Somebody said the woman is being guarded by every U.S. embassy people. All kind of stuff was saying. But at the end of the day, she had the final call. She was all around to make the final call. maybe at that point that will come in. But I believe that don't forget, if you nominate a commissioner, they have oversight. But then on election day, the biggest thing you should be concerned about when you're doing the voters' roll, when you're doing the voters' roll reconciliation, make sure that you have the numbers. It is say 10,000 people registered to vote in Magibi. Make sure the various polling stations that way you should be particular about. Now, election magistrate, the important people in the election poll don't understand too. That person can either agree to take that tally sheet and say, well, I sound to it or not. So all you need to do, make sure you have polling workers to all the stations. Like one July election, I'll be from you. Most of the polling stations were empty. I've already had there. When I asked who are representing the various parties, only the EU people I saw there. The top parties were not even represented at that polling station I was talking about. So, like I said, I shouldn't take much concern. Parties should just be very, very alert and be more vigilant and get enough resources. Let's not have money, it'll be expensive. Okay, so you raise enough money to make sure you get your poll washers, get them trained, and get them prepared so that every polling station, they say 3,500 polling stations across Liberia, you should have at least 7,000 people trained, 10,000 people washer, so that it's okay. You start a day from 8 o'clock in the morning when the poll open to the first 8 hours. Okay, 6 hours. From there, you will end it. Make sure that you have that ready. Other than that, then you got that much all the commission chairman will be doing, announcing the results. And then the commissioner will then meet down to talk about the part of the result and say, well, you announcing it today. Like a live election, they will say, you, commissioner, you will read the result from the county. You had the data for them. But all that numbers they're reading, so it comes from the field. So the parties have to be vigilant and alert, but the commissioners then, yeah, you want somebody who will be fair, because some of them they can come out because there are some challenges will be raised. You can send it to the Electoral Commission, and somebody commissioner can say, no, we agree with it, we overrule it. All that thing can happen. That's why it's important to have commissioners that people will have trust and confidence in. But I'm not really worried right now. I want to see how President Baga will make it next nomination. If I see the nomination he's making is 6 others, if I see that is pro Unity Party people, then I will have the concern. I think he wants chaos. But I believe the Omega wisdom, he has experience. I believe Baga will not be like that. He will say, look, I will open it up. I will give other people the opportunity to serve. I won't put so you people on it. But if I see appointing Gloria Scott and Josiah Jokai, then I'll raise my eye a little bit. But I'm not too afraid.
Okay, you're not too afraid. We got 15 more minutes to go. Robert, quickly. The issue is not about being. Too many say he's not afraid, and granted on that line, and we're listening to the way it should be. But there's growing concern now about the partisan role of Mr. Wheeler. Someone just sent me a video generally analyzing.
But
so we're about to play. It will
come in the commission.
I told you, but I didn't expect any difference. I told you.
Yeah, Ralph, you can come here. I just also listen to this video. Myean, are you there?
Yeah, play that. Yeah.
I'm trying to set it up.
Yeah. Okay. Ralph, be going ahead. Why when it's keyword and dead, we will let you send it up.
I spoke earlier and I mentioned that there were in fact that's not the only information. But again,
sorry. Shocking, the person that said this to me is one of the current commissioner in NEC.
Absolutely.
Hey,
absolutely.
Then not mention trouble.
Because listen, we'll keep talking about wisdom, and I heard Tomalin talk about if we see the president make additional appointments that points to Unity Party affiliates. I mean, look at the structure of the government. Mr. Nagbe, I stand corrected. Has the president made any other major appointments that did not mirror, strong Unity Party partisan? Has the president appointed any?
Can't think of any, Robert.
Has the president appointed anyone with a very close ties to CDC, ANC? I'm not talking about these little liaison roles and things like that. No. And so am I convinced that the president, in his wisdom and in his experience will somehow change course. No, I don't. I don't. I mean, when people tell you or show you who they are, there's no reason to guess who they are. That they're showing you who they are. So no. But I wanted to say this though before we play that video. I'm one. I think that when the president and Unity Party made this, Sylvester, I think it was a trick. It was a political trick because I think they understood that CDC will probably cave to this idea of a threat that when you had these sanctions going on and you had all of this noise about what was happening in Washington, the president, the candidate Joseph Boakai, knew that it was in his interest to continue to push these narratives, right? And maybe CDC bought into it, but this idea that a free and fair election, right, is one that only or must reflect an opposition victory, I think is absurd. It's completely ludicrous to think that just because the incumbent won the election somehow means that the elections were not free and fair. And I'm not saying this because listen, I don't fancy Unity Party. I think Unity Party represents anything good for Liberia, maybe under a different administration, maybe under a different leadership, but under this president, even when he was candidate Joseph Boakai, the way he led, the action decisions he's taken, I never saw change or anything that would make any impact in any sort of way. And we're seeing what's happening now, right? But to think that only you must win. If you don't win, can you imagine if CDC, Alice Cummings, or Miss Ability were to think that anything contrary to an opposition victory or CMC victory reflects an election that was that was not free and fair? I think that's craziness. And so no, I don't think that the opposition party should push similar narrative. What I do think is, given the performance of this administration on all of the issues we've talked about, jobs, security, and security, what's happening at the border, I don't think in my own little, you guys are this expert in Liberian politics, but common sense tells me that the Liberian people cannot, in good conscience and in their own interests, come 2029, really let this government, if they fire CDC because CDC were not performing, I don't see how they can keep this government with this kind of performance. And so no, I think that they should focus on the issue. I think they will win on the issue. They should focus on the issue early. We talked about that. But I think this president will do what he wants to do. I also do think, lastly, that they're watching. They'll listen. If it was up to this president, Tomalin, this president would have probably appointed Josiah. I'm telling you. Joseph Boakai is a radical. He's a radical in ways that are very silent, and people don't understand. I'm very people that are very quiet. In all of my friendship, you have to look out for folks who are not saying much. People who are not saying much, you got to what they're not saying should always concern you. I like a guy who may always be saying nonsense. You will always know where he's standing on the issue. You always know where she's standing on the issue. But Joseph Boakai is someone who has not always been loud. That does not equate to wisdom or experience. No, I've seen it happen in real time. You know what I'm saying? So I do think Joseph Boakai is a radical in ways that if pushed, he will do certain things. And so we'll see what happens with the rest of the commissioners that are appointed. But again, I don't trust the experience of this guy. I know that he's a Unity Party. He has a soft spot for Unity Party. He's been an integral part of the behind the door processes and things like that. But again, the president did not break any law by appointing him. If the president wanted to appoint his son, he wouldn't be breaking any laws. And so this is where we are. But I think it's in our best interest that we demand that the election commission has a diverse and a representation of different political parties. I think it will alleviate some of the distrust that we currently have when these appointments are made.
Okay. Maya, are we start now? Okay, I'll call you back.
They got with it on record. Yeah, not troubling. I want to listen to it because if anything,
you might see video of the man in the war room. I'm telling you.
If that's
you might see video of the man in the war room.
Maya, are we there now? I don't know if we can because
the video is now set. If you're ready, I can help you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
And this is breaking news.
Wow.
After the
can you see it?
No, we're not seeing nothing else.
Let me check my internet. I think.
Then from there we come to.
If I listen to that video and it man on it, I put it on our page street, our website. Let put it on it.
Already on the page. On our page. On our page.
Dog got here.
I'll put it on the page.
Yeah, social media. What you say to do come out and hunt you. Be careful what you say. Yeah.
No, but Tomalin from I've been hearing this woman name.
No, I know we don't like from a man. They were on our commission.
I don't know him. I don't know him in person, but I've been fond of being in some. The recently when I was in Lofa, and there was some error were discussing. They mentioned his name that he'll be the next person in Financial Commission, and I was arguing. So I hearing gross candidates say, forget it, Johnny. You're going to be Jonathan Widow. And for the last 2
years, from where push it in.
Of course, that Fofana man, I'm telling you.
I've been hearing that name for a long time. So
why you think Fofana had to resign?
So let me play now.
Yeah, play.
Unity Party won more than 70% of the vote. They swept the districts of Salaye, they swept the district of Zozo, they swept the district of Bonjama, and swept the district of Kolahu. The only contest is in Foya, the flat barrel room, where the difference is about 3,000 difference between the both parties. That is it. In Bon County, which is another populated county, UP and CDC are at the top, neck to neck. It is assumed that at the end of the day, when all the districts are clean and the precincts are reported, UP will have a slight lead, according to the statistics we have. In the county of Bassa, UP and CDC are at the top in Grand Bassa. And in the county of Bomi, UP won a clear victory of more than 80% of the vote. In Cape Mount was the same. In the western county of Bapolo, UP has a clear lead, a comfortable lead in Bapolo. That is it. With more than 90% of the record of count, the 5,890 record of count across all the centers in Liberia available, 90% of it with the UP Alliance. It is clear that the UP Alliance will win a one-round victory. That's the statistics we have.
So on the overall, sir, my name is Prince. I will pray for Focus on Liberia TV from the States and from FM in Liberia. On the overall, how many counties currently you won as per what is provided to you?
They won Maserati. UP won Maserati.
One.
They won Limba. They won Magibi. They won Dopoh. They won Cape Mount. They won Bomi.
6.
And they are winning Bapolo clearly.
So 7 candidates.
7 candidates.
Out of 15.
Yeah.
Does that mean you could win 150 out of 15? You got 7 already?
Out of 7. And we are neck to neck in Bomi. UP and CDC are neck to neck in Bomi and Grand Bassa.
In Bon.
In Bon and Bassa.
You earlier on say you won Nimba.
You won Nimba. Decisively. More than 75% of the vote.
You won Lofa. So that makes it 8.
Yeah.
Then Lofa makes it 9.
Yeah.
So I also like
and in terms of population, they are the most populated counties. In terms of population, I mean, we have counties that got 34,000. What
about Monserrado? How are you studying Monserrado?
Monserrado comfortable 13 districts other than 17.
Makes it 10.
Yeah.
So we got 5 more to go.
So.
All right. So I also level check.
And most of the counties we are talking about where the the CDC has an advantage in the southeastern counties. And we all know there's no population there.
Your name, sir?
Jonathan Weeder.
Okay.
Jonathan Carey Weeder, former Commissioner, Election Commission.
Yes.
So, sir, in total now, what's the total number of your votes now for Unity Party?
The total number of votes?
Yes.
No, I cannot give you that statistics now. But
no, Pewee, let me talk quick. Pewee, I want to talk first. Pewee, I want to talk.
I want to go next. I want to go next.
You know, when he started talking, I was about to say, but he said nothing. I thought my question was, I come in now. My question would have been, what capacity you're speaking in? But then, when he started saying we, then I said,
but you didn't see the reason for the whole thing.
So my thing was now was that, so this, I thought, but then for this interview alone, President Baka got reconsider nomination. Because it's senators who will be confirming this man.
But who can he appoint?
We are put pressure on them because, first of all, this man is clearly showing that you're a UP man. He's showing it. He said we. He said nobody there. He said we. So
I come. Let me not get you so you can answer it. I come. You are continuing.
They men gotta be rejected. They shouldn't let him go. I thought you were now knowing the men are. I mean, they all got from here. All got beyond Burger. You sound there. You see it?
The men even said that. Well, yeah, you got to mention. I want my man to say my friend. Let's say you're on message. The man saying the man giving you record that he understand. The man saying according to the record of count.
Yeah. So
the man that he understand very well. From a
President Baka will break you, man. Don't.
No, but too many know. The
law does not stop him from getting it. Yeah, he remember.
Let me come back. So
when you say that,
we close it now. So we're using this to close. We're using this hour round to close. So
too many. How can a masterman be sufficient to honor his integrity? To be chairman for the
you're supporting his side.
Let me tell you how.
No, I want to have the argument so that
let me tell you how.
He's saying we. He may
let me help him. No, let me help him.
Tell me, if you're not be fair to CDC.
Let me help him. I think Johnny is asking a rhetorical question. So let me help Johnny. This is what caught my attention. He said we have a comfortable lead.
He said we, okay? Yeah, that worked.
90% are with the UP alliance. And he said, we are certain to win a one-round victory.
1 round, yes.
Okay. Then he also said we are neck and neck in some other places. But his reference to we, and you see, looked at his pocket.
That we are Unity Party now. He mentioned
that Unity Party, of course. He mentioned it's very, very clear. And look at the background. And I'm also getting information that there might be more video with him deeply analyzing the numbers.
You know who I joined inside there? Right before you continue?
From where?
Radical from an alphabet.
It's right there.
He's a radical.
That's the reason why.
In the CDC one bit.
He taught me one of my political science courses, and he's one of the best rector you can think about in Liberia. Don't see that out.
But that was the reason why. That was the reason why. That was the reason why Councillor Bromskin and others. That was the reason why he was made to resign, because he would have been a distraction, and because Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, this is where I use in her wisdom. The woman was very smart. I don't like her politics, but I think it's clear that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is what you call in her wisdom. She said, you know what? Even if I must win this election, I am not going to win it with a cloud. So I think it's in the best interest of myself in this election for you to resign, which when she appointed Elizabeth Nelson. But I will close on this note. You remember when I said from the beginning, and I think that the president, you know what? As I sit here and think about this as a number, I think the name thrown out there, Josiah, was a distraction to deep dive into Wither. As I'm sitting here right now, and these videos are coming out, I think that was the strategy. The strategy was to say, you know what? Let's throw Josiah's name out there. It's easier to dig up his mess and what he said, to raise question about his integrity. And while they're doing that, we know exactly who has been appointed, because there were congratulations put out 2 weeks ago before Wida was even named or nominated by the president. So I think it was planned. It was a strategy for us to not focus on this man. And people have only talked about his experience at NEC. people have talked about the fact that he has not been flamboyant when it comes to his support or his political affiliation. What they forgot is this is the age of technology. This is the age of the internet where information are out there. And sometimes you think we don't know, but these things will come out, right? These things will come out. So if I'm on the confirmation and I'm listening to that, Mr. Nagbe, how can you tell me, even if a result came out, how can the opposition, and I think this is a good reason for the opposition to come and stand up now. Because I think this man,
what make a good reason? The Mr. Partisan at the time.
I think this man is worse. I keep telling you, I think I respect a man who is loud about where he stands. Let me land now, but please, man. Josiah has been very loud and consistent about where he stands. We all know what Josiah stands. He said Joey is not a president. He said that he only have one president, and that president is Joseph Boakai. He's been loud and consistently loud. What we don't know, what we've been raising question about, is where we just stand. And up until now, there have been people in the political dispensation who have said, you know what, I think it's a safe pick. But these videos are coming out, and there are information we don't know that Joseph Boakai and his folks around him know. So I think this pick is more dangerous than a Josiah Joko pick. I think this pick is more dangerous than a Gloria Mususka pick because we don't know how deeply rooted this man is when it comes to Joseph Boakai. I think this is a dangerous pick.
Okay. Let me go to who the person? Call your name.
Call your name and talk. You got 1 minute, man. Say you lie.
Thank you. The chair of the conversation here, Pewee, let me say good evening, guys, man. Fascinating topic. This is Abraham Conner calling from New Jersey.
Yeah, good evening, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Johnny Global source spot for this nominee because he's originally from Lino. So yes.
Oh, Johnny Guy exposed now.
That Harry with my body, right?
Yeah, exposed Johnny now. Johnny Guy exposed now.
Yes.
When I said it earlier, the message I lost, so I just left it.
Secondly, this man was involved with the war room of Kamara. He's not an ordinary partisan. That's why he was speaking in that capacity.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Just hold on 1 minute. We'll keep on the line. I just want to bring something here. I see part of the reason why the war room, when Amara had the war room for the United Party, people accused the post part of Nimba County they rigged the election there because he knew the magistrate because he was a court chair in the election commission.
Yeah, look at that.
He may have coordinated with the magistrate to do some things.
Yes.
Allegedly. Yeah. It rings some bell now. Go ahead, please. Continue.
And Pewee, another thing is that this guy, he chaired the Delon election at the time he was a commissioner. He was responsible for that election in most of our county. So this is a hardcore United Party person. And one thing I'll say is good that my dear brother Nagbe is on and other opposition. If you allow this nominee to stand, just say goodbye to 2029. Like, this is not an ordinary person. He's a believer and he believes in the Unity Party.
They said no one that want Johnny won't go to commission. Join man.
Johnny,
Johnny won't be one of the co-chair, one of the chair, one of the senior chair.
No, but 11 senators then, yeah, a boy in a corner.
Let me tell you this. Timothy, you're forgetting what President we appointed Viviana Brown Lasana. You know, one of the presidents that wrote a piece on it to withdraw the appointees?
But it
was Louis Brown.
Oh, Louis Brown. Okay.
He put a piece in front page. So when you go there, you can reference it. Talking about how there should be some balance and all this kind of thing. Why it lies in the president's purview to appoint a chairman election commission, but it should be a balanced situation.
Yeah.
And by then, they were only speculating that Louis Brown was sympathetic to CDC and all this kind of thing. They never had any proof on it. How much more a man that took part in the election? Just imagine. This man was a commissioner. Let me close on it. The commissioner, the election commissioner officially announced an election. CDP won most of the country in the first round. But then they're standing there telling you and saying, we already won our country. We won all the places.
Wow.
And not only that, look at the regional connection. Stop crying on now, guy. How can you have an election commission for Lufa? You get a chief of the army for Lufa. You get finance minister for Lufa, education minister for Lufa. They get LRA for Lufa.
Wow.
What's going on here? Is it the Republic of Lufa here?
Wow. Wow.
Your brother Sylvester Pewee want to believe from Bapolu in Avon.
Bapolu apart Lufa before, man.
The winner will say all the kind of thing. I understand that, but definitely originally from Lufa.
Oh man, they video up for that. They man.
So I'm not a tribalist, and I don't believe in.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying what you said.
But yes, I would say, and I agree.
I said you splitting hairs. You said would you take?
Yeah, he's actually from Bapolu. Not Bapolu is a separate county, right? Don't forget birth to Bapolu. Bapolu is a separate 1999. Bapolu is a separate county. But yeah, it's the fact here. If it is true, it's part of the reason why the war came to Liberia. I can remember clearly. Samuel Kanyado was saying some things that the Nimba fair that he was discriminating, he was doing other things. When he went to Ganta that time with General Gayman, I can remember when the war came, listening to the news that day. Somebody was starting naming all the ministers. The other minister is from Nimba. My death is from Nimba. He said all the part different Nimba put etc.
And then he said a cook from Nimba too.
He said he cook from Nimba. Everything from Nimba. Yeah, all those things. He said, but still they want to do this. But if it is true that is the case, to be frank, we have to balance. Article 5 of the country, the Constitution is clear on the issue about balancing the representation of the country, if you will. But gentlemen, we close. We are now closing. But this is
I will. Okay.
I'm coming to you. To you after Mr. Nagbe quickly. I know there's this guy. One of our guys said, "No wonder why Johnny want to go to the neck now." But I'll come to you. You handle that in your closing. This is Mr. Nagbe. You've been around, and again, this is part of the sensitive nature of our politics, our body politics, in terms of striking the delicate balance here. Yeah. And this very fluid political situation can spark into some, just spiral into some serious conflict that may serve as a recipe for destabilizing the states, right? So how will you advise, because you saw the way in no time the
clips are popping up, right?
Yeah, the clip popping up. And again, is this reminding us, you and I, to be mindful of this new social media era?
Absolutely.
Coming from us can be news against us tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, examples abound. We can go to the Fadiga assignment in Paris.
Yeah,
you know, that never was because of what he said that was in percolating on the social media. We just talked about Dr. Jokai's own utterances, you know, prior to, you know, this government. And now, you know, I know we had said earlier that the law allows for you to affiliate with a party until you become appointed. So we have to be mindful of that.
Yes.
But again, I think we have to pay attention to the level of his involvement with the UP, because from what we just saw here, he was not just a nominal member of the UP. So we want to be careful with that. But I think the opposition, we have to do a deeper dive into this gentleman and try to, you know, understand. I don't know him. I don't think my party has a position on him yet. Just yesterday, you know, we were speculating that it was going to be either him or Jokai, and now that it is him, I mean, I agree with the caller. We want to be careful here. Yes, we have to be tolerant and all of that, but the elections are on the line. Like Tomalin reminded us, elections have consequences, you know, and so we want to be careful as we go towards 2029. But for now, you know, we're watching and we're gonna do our research. I don't think the party has a position on that yet.
Thank you, Johnny. Your closing statement and your news are to comment also. Are you in the know that Mr. Weeder
is Lionel taking a shortcut to the executive
member? Were you in the know of that before making the statement that you're nursing up?
No,
you know
why I'm laughing?
Tony, you know, I said it. You didn't say when I chose, so I left here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I said it earlier.
Yeah, and Nagbe said it earlier, and then everybody else came. I mean, let me be frank with you. I don't know this man. I don't even know how much he's involved with Lanu because I actually got involved with Lanu like in the
You were
last
chairman
3
of
years.
Lanu before.
Yeah, the one I'm saying, I don't know. Maybe I can verify now from here to know his role. But
But
look,
just
my role.
tell the money by asking.
Yeah, listen. But here, my interest in serving Liberia is not based on my affiliation with anybody. Other than that, I would have been a major player in this government with Boka being from Lofa. And most people that Boka appointed in the government are close to me. I know them very well. And other than them myself, we are at local here most times. We don't spend 30 minutes together. We are talking about things. We are fighting. So now I jump from out of the car, I get in and walk. They go by their way because my view on some issues, it can get so hot in the car. So now we have to get off issues come. When I'm taking my view, they say, get out from the car, get out from the car. They park, let me get out from your car. I will walk and go, but I will stand with my voice, So I'm not in this thing because of affiliation. I mean, I don't mind what we thought is from Lionel, and President Walker has appointed him as nominee, not nominated him now as a chairperson. But my desire to serve Liberia is not because of him or because of Lionel, it's because I believe I have some experience that I can bring to bear to improve this country. I've served the Cadre Center for 15 plus years. You know what I'm saying? So you imagine if you make me a member of the Election Commission, those are know me from that perspective that are staying. You can imagine the grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter, as now the head of the board. He knows me personally. In fact, when I was contesting in 2020, he told me, Johnny, if you win, it will be a great job for Liberia because I will help to elevate. I mean, I don't want to discuss on things, right? So I'm saying I have my own integrity to protect as a Liberian. That's why I worked 15 straight years with no tint. Right now, I'm conducting 2 audits. I'm sitting here conducting 2 audits on the Cadre Center program in Liberia while we are closing. So my desire to serve Liberia is not because of any trouble, any political affiliation. It's because I believe we got to make progress in this country. We got to improve our system. That's my desire. So let me close by saying, Jonathan Winter, you have your affiliation with Unity Party. And the part is, this man, I'm hearing that he was a part of Lionel. But he didn't even I didn't even see him around Lionel during the going election. I didn't even see him. I didn't know who. The only person I knew was one Mr. Wisse. I know that been Lionel chairman from the past. I didn't even see him around. And also, you are spending all the time. The video I see now is strict. I didn't even see the video. So, a speak to you got to know that when I say I don't know you from Lionel because I didn't see him around. And he didn't even speak as Lionel man. He spoke as a person from Unity Party to the extent you're saying we are one. When even the election result, when I even declare, when I even announced, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, it wasn't even announced that you're making that kind of statement. But I think you're just politically charged at that moment. But yeah, ABC, I have so high. Yeah, my soft space is that everybody in the country got political affiliation. What we want to do is when you are giving political appointment, you must perform in the best interest of integrity. If you can't perform, and that's what I said today, the political parties should stay strong to hold the men to check. We should not lay back. We should not do a lay back situation. Everybody, all the parties should stand by and put them on the point and make sure that he perform according to the constitutional provision, according to the guidelines of NEC. And then everybody make sure we hold you to check. So that's my response to the comment. But despite that, I'm still interested in serving Liberia based on what I've learned to bring to bear at every level.
Yeah,
I got interest in serving as Minister of Internal Affairs based on what I know. I got interest in going to Liberia Authority based on what I know. I got interest in going to Election Commission because I believe we should have decentralized election where local government should be part of the election process through the democratic process of Liberia. Those areas, I will hope that any government will have me to perform there so I can put my expertise to the best of my ability to Liberian people. Thank you.
Thank you. It's important that we note all these things moving forward. Robert, the closing statement, please.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the Johnny said everyone has political affiliation. I don't think that's entirely true. People have, might have political. I don't know. I don't know if that's. I think that there are a lot of middle folks.
Political affiliation and sympathy
Yeah,
also.
but there are also people in Liberia that there are a lot of people in and out of Liberia that I believe we can find that that don't have any sympathy or any kind of soft spot for neither of the political parties in our country. Now, I'm not a member of any political party in Liberia. I've never voted for any politician in Liberia. But even if I were to be appointed, or if I were to be looked at, I would respectfully turn that down. And the reason why I would turn that down, especially if you had an election between anyone and Unity Party, is because I've expressed not just Unity Party, Joseph Boakai on the ticket, because my issue is not with the Unity Party, even though Unity Party as an institution has been given 12 years plus 6 years, and I don't think they've really performed to the kind of level that we would have expected. But specifically Joseph Boakai, I would decline that only because my utterances and my perspective on his leadership is not preferred to the Unity Party. So there's a bias there, right? And so even if I think that I can be independent or I can independently function in that area, we can't separate the fact that I don't think Unity Party is good for Liberia on the message of change as opposed to the other candidate. And so in as much as the president has the president has the authority to appoint whomever he chooses to appoint, I don't think we have men and women in our country that can say, Mr. President, thanks for the opportunity, but I don't think I'm the right person to execute this job without any kind of distraction, without any kind of bias, or whatnot, right? So if I were to be picked, where would the statement? They'll come on the show and say, "Hey, this is what Robert have said about the Unity Party. How can Robert independently execute an election? Were there any questions? And so it's not that this man don't have the right to affiliate, but when you are in an environment like Liberia, when you're in Africa, I think it's important that we have people who are 100% independent and people that we trust can independently carry out that function without any source of influence politically or whatever. And I don't think this gentleman can do that. Lastly, I want to congratulate Morari Yakula. She posted a picture today. I think she represented the young lady who got assaulted by one of our beauty queens, Countess Cole. I think this kind of made national headlines some months back. And the case finally concluded, and they want that case. So I'm glad that some sort of accountability happened for the other young lady, and I think it sends a message that when we have issues and whatnot, we handle them properly, and not in the way that she was handled. So I'm glad that hopefully counters have learned from this, and will now move forward to be a better young woman. And the message is clear to other young queens and folks who are in the public space. We have to conduct ourselves accordingly and know how to handle certain things when they come up. But amazing show, great show. Sylvester, great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Tomalin?
Yes. So, man, thanks, man. You really moderated very well tonight. I appreciate it, man. You on top of your A game. There's the Pewee on top of your A game. I enjoyed it.
Tomalin, can you give
Yeah.
me 1 second? Jomo Jala,
Yeah.
stop lying, man. Stop the lies. Stop lying. If you want to come for me, come for me. But you have nothing to show that I'm a sympathizer of CDC. Stop. I just don't think Unity Party is the change. It's the change. What you call. You don't have no proof that I've supported CDC. I have voted for CDC. Your election chair, we got proof that he's a member of your party. What video can you show that I'm a CDC man? Oh, come on. The only thing you'll say, I'm a friend of my best friend, Kalasco, the president's son. Other than that, what proof do you have? So stop lying once and for all, man. Stop misleading the public that I'm a CDC man. I'm a sympathizer. That's a damn lie. Stop it.
They mentioned to link you because you're
all I join. For tomorrow you continue. All I join. Professor Key now to say how you call it.
Yeah, but Pewee, look,
the Congo way of saying I want to the Congo.
But Pewee, great hosting, great moderating. You are your best tonight. One of your best performance tonight, man. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
Before I conclude, let me congratulate our lead host, Jerome Gayman. Jerome Gayman today became one of the Republicans' party parliamentarian. He has the gavel. Put him in a picture, man. Put him in a picture, man. Hey, man,
Man, sleeping now.
Hey,
Man, gone, man. I thought 12, man. The beginning.
Mr. Gayman is one of the Gayman today became one of the Republican Party lead parliamentarian, and want to congratulate Mr. Gayman tonight for such a great feat. Mr. Gayman, you know, he's a strong Republican, a strong Trumper, a MAGA member, but yet and still, he's still part of our platform. We enjoy it. We love the diversity of people. I know I'm not a Democrat, not a Republican. I'm an independent.
A strong Sonny up there, a retiring CMC partisan.
Look at that.
I want to say
he always got to bend the curve.
Tomorrow when Gayman come on the show tomorrow, correct? Man, Gayman on top of his game. So at least now we show off the Republican Party people coming on our show now. We're very sure now. Now we can say now come and be in Trump territory. But we show that Gayman will do it, make it happen. But
no, Robert, Republican, Robert, right?
Republican way, I beg you,
Great show, man. Then number two, let me also reiterate. Tomorrow we have the public minister. He has confirmed. He called me on Sunday. He said he want to come on the show. Want to come and so gentlemen come tomorrow prepared to engage the public minister. He said he's still a member of their platform. Despite that. But I said,
we know he's a member of the platform. We know we'll see him.
I said, but I mean, I will not. I question. I didn't forget it. You busy some people here now. Can't prepare Robert and
the yellow machine coming.
So tomorrow, the minister will be here to talk about the roads in Liberia and everything. And let's see what happens tomorrow. And so,
but somebody I gotta get a shot of the minute. That one of the only minutes of Sylvester. I went to Liberia. We just had conflict in the schedule, but the man answered his phone. We were supposed to connect. He called me back. Robert, what are you doing? And we just had a schedule conflict in. But shout out to him, man. He's a good guy.
So tomorrow, and then also we expect the CDC chairman to also come in this week. Hopefully, I'm sure I can tell you one thing. I can tell you tomorrow. CDC will come up with a strong statement tomorrow. They will hit this guy high. I can think for that one. CDC will not. They will come up. They will come up with a blistering.
Who are they with the former commissioner? Where did she come from?
Essentially, remember CDC, but and also play.
So you trying to remind the CDC now, right?
But there's no video. I mean, there's no video of that woman was talking about CDC to say she.
And then rally.
Remember part of the strategic campaign.
Yeah, the reason why she was linked to the CDC because CDC recommended her. That's all.
Okay,
that's it. That's all. But she also and then rally.
I want to say we're concerned about the kill of Samuel Jackson.
Because Tomalin right now on the closing argument Facebook page, there's not small argument going on there right now. If you follow them,
we're concerned about the Samuel Jackson because the police promised last week we will be done with this thing. But what we're hearing now is concerning. Police need to come clear.
We told you to slow down.
You do a forensic investigation, autopsy. You'll come clear with what happened because.
You see? There's a reason why they're not coming. But Samuel Jackson will soon come clear because remember, he ordered his own autopsy from the United States.
He hasn't yet.
They're telling them to hold tight for a second. They're telling them to hold tight.
Thank you, Yvonne. I appreciate it.
The data they brought from St. Jackson brought in performed his side of the.
No, he hasn't. No.
But not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, but the police. The last time I said the police did it almost 2 weeks now or so.
Yeah,
right?
but they have the results. Why taking that so long to come up with
no results yet?
Already.
Yeah, they have the results.
If they have the result and they're not charging, then I believe that the result is
but I told you the cause of death is not what they thought.
They got a Robert.
Maybe that report. The cause of death is from 40. So if
no, we don't know.
For you,
we don't
40,
know.
It didn't prove that somebody was choking you,
but
or somebody hit you.
We don't know the forensic autopsy to tell them what the cause of death.
That's what I'm saying now.
The guy Robert Breuer, right? That guy broke that case down, and even the council that case when they broke that case down, they said it will be hard for charges to come. And
difficult.
So right now, the police got to come up.
But listen, if there's no charges,
let it free the man.
Go ahead,
man. Free the man.
Go ahead.
But Pastor, thank you, guys. I'll be remiss if I don't congratulate my boy Jerome. You know, would I agree on our U.S. politics here? But we
are you a registered Democrat?
My man, please start interrupting me. My boy,
but you just said we don't agree. The men are Republicans, so are you a Democrat?
So let me congratulate my boy Jerome. Much respect, Jerome, on his mega congratulations. I identify with a Democrat, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jerome himself confused. He don't know who
myself identify.
Jerome, I'm telling you, Jerome don't know who he is.
All right, tomorrow Jerome coming for you,
I don't believe Jerome is a Republican. So he just caught in the middle.
I mean, to Robert point, Jerome has worked for the Democratic,
exactly many times.
He has, and now he's a parliamentarian with the Republican National Committee. So, Robert does have a point there, but let's wait for him, Robert. Tomorrow you will kind of explain to us.
Tomorrow because myself know he got photo with him and Joe Biden, all of that in
I don't know if tomorrow will be okay, but we can take Wednesday because we have.
Sylvester, a real diehard Republican would not have voted for Obama over John McCain. He voted for Obama. Ask him why.
How man get yeah. Well, old man got picture with him and Joe Biden, and Gayman got here and Joe Biden got photo together.
So are you telling me? Are you saying that Gayman is a Kekula Koto Republican?
Absolutely. So when he come back tomorrow, we'll call the Republican Party.
No, he's an Alan Spector Republican.
We'll call the Republican Party to inform them. Do you know who you already appointed as?
No, but we know Colin Powell voted for Obama. Remember?
Exactly. Colin Powell did that.
But he's not a conservative. He's not a. I don't think Colin Powell is a conservative.
Even Dick Cheney voted for Kamala Harris.
Canada Rice also voted for Obama.
That's right. So,
but those were not conservative. Those are not conservative Republicans.
But
those are blue collar Republicans.
Absolutely, gentlemen. So we'll close on this note.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
We'll close on this note today quickly. What I observe is part of the politics of the country that is a good sign for productive sign of the Liberian politics. Madam Emma Mite Glasgow. Today attended this Fisheries national conference, and she and the current head of the institution, they were all working hand in hand and other things. And I hope we don't have the outcome of this. I don't know if she was invited. That was a very good sign.
That her vision there.
Yeah, that her vision. She played a major role into developing the concept for this. Today we have. When she was the first Director General ever. As I was saying. This thing used to be first. The position was just at the director level, and the guy said, "I wanted the guy they appointed as the first deputy for technical services, technical director general, and other things." But we hope to see more things. But tomorrow it'll be a good show with the minister of the corridor.
Yeah. And so let's go quickly, right? If you were invited, it's a good thing, because she did so much, and this is what government, when we say government is continuity, that's what it should be. Talk to your predecessor. It's not everything they did that was bad.
Exactly.
It's really it's very smart. They gave you. But anyway, I'm happy. I didn't see the program today. I saw a little bit of it, but if they did, that was good. That was really good.
Y'all don't go easy on your man tomorrow. I may not be here, but I got some tough questions for him. But I may not be here.
You running away already? You don't be
share it with me. Share it with me. I will ask.
Good night, guys.
I got some assignments.
Good night.
Good night.
appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence was still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
Government that capital road, small, there road, B road, all kinds of I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God knows how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.